What is going on, guys? What's up, Sheree? What's up, Stranded? How are you two? First in, best dressed always. What's going on? Oh. Oh. Gonna be another one of them streams. Speaking of which, I gotta change over the thumbnail. Forgot about that. Pretty soon we'll have the Helldivers thumbnail running there. I hear my cat like whining for food. She's a fatty. Right, good evening, Gub. David decided to inform me he's playing Dungeons and Dragons like a proper nerd. Unfortunately, he's playing like 5th edition. I can't do anything past 2nd edition. I'm sorry, guys. I'm an old school nerd like that. Right, hello, Jerry. It's good to see you, Gub. Trying to not get excited. Well, that should be easy. Should be very easy. So, oh, fuck. I don't even know what kind of stream this is going to be. How to change to human bard. That's, my buddy Guido. Actually, he played a human bard back in the day, and like he used to just half-ass play. Like he was always, we'd all be serious about it. He'd always be joking around, screwing around, and his bard was named Beer Gargle. Beer Gargle the Bard. It was core book. What do you mean by core book? What edition? 1, 2, 3.5, 4, 5e. What are we talking here, you nerd? I thought about hosting a D&D game on a live stream. That could have been fun. Could have been fun. So I don't even know if the air compressor was running when all that noise and everything else. Definitely going to have to make some things black. One thing in particular, though, this Batman Who Laughs head, so I can do the rest of them. Let's take a look at, as soon as I turn off the title card, like a goddamn noob. Switch over to the camera. Get the camera back in frame. It's still out of whack from that fucking giant ass Invincible. But I got a whole bunch of stuff finished printing. This can all go over here real quick. Most importantly, what I'll probably be working on tonight, and as you can see, getting the sizing right on the damn head, because I was like, okay, this is the one that broke. Do that so we can see it. All right, I snapped the damn thing off before we could paint it. So I reprinted it, or so I thought. You actually look at it, this one is slightly bigger. So I was like, oh, I must have printed the 30 centimeter version, not the 25. So I went and reprinted and printed that one. Well, actually, no, it was this one. Turns out this one was the 25 centimeter, so I printed that one twice. So then I was like, oh, god damn it, I must have adjusted the size of the print. So this is actually a 95% print. This one is the 90% print. And yes, the 90% print was the correct one. It actually sockets right in there. Nice and easy. Just straight up. So we're good there. I just got to make it black and rock and roll. They're going to deport the Maryland dad to Uganda. I did not hear this. You're going to have to tell me all about it. I did print this guy out, though. This is for my son, Gandalf the Grey. It's actually 2-piece. The pipe is super, super fucking delicate on it. The base is actually cool, pretty fancy base. And then right here, it's actually in the wash right now, but that's gonna be the Lord of the Rings like logo or whatever from the actual movies. But yeah, I think he came out pretty damn tight. It's some good sculpting. Big gay wizard. And then this. Let me grab all the pieces. Finally finished the print. I got some of it done last time. This does in fact go like this. Wasn't sure about this, but yeah, the one pillar does come up because here is the front end of it. Cap shield all snapped in half and everything else. This is going to be a cool one to paint. This goes here on the front. And then there's this whole girder setup. Goes off on the side like this. This one's actually on the smaller side. And then we have, of course, this guy keyed his shit proper. Snaps right in. Get his little legs. He basically goes like this. Oh shit. You guys can't even see it. God damn it. Move that in a little bit. He actually goes in here like this. Like you can see where the legs attach. But yeah, we got good old Iron Man floating over it. Like blasting through it. He's got like the little arms and everything. Got his wee little head. Little peanut head. So he's got to get done in the black too. Some decent detail on it. So I got to get the rest of Iron Man here black. That's going to be another one coming up real soon. And I've got a one that's, I don't know if it's going to be as big as Invincible, but it's going to be damn close. And that is Freddy Krueger for my daughter-in-law. Like an actual full statue of him. A certain shadow. Yes, I do. I remember it with the pink lettering, David. I gave it like obnoxious pink lettering. So the Maryland dad, that's what happened. I saw they had freed him or something. Like that was like I didn't read into it. I'm actually like even for just the show, trying to stay the hell away from politics a little bit because people are starting to get sick of it. People are starting to get bored with it, what have you. And I don't want to bore people. So if I did, I'd watch something that aired like, I don't know, 3 years ago that everybody already knows the outcome to or some shit. Uganda. Man, that is crazy. But yeah, David, I hear you there. I mean, you should do your own guitar music for your intro, though. Like play guitar and do like the British national anthem or something, and yell "God save the Queen," and then I'll just I can cut it all together. Like Eugene sent me the music, I went and did all the pictures and everything and all the sound effects, cut it all together. We can do the same shit for you. Yeah, I just need somebody to do the music. That's all. Shout out to Eugene for the rush job too. He did that shit quick as hell. So he's on house arrest. I mean, well, maybe he'll beat up his wife and go back to jail then. And he accused and like guilty of that? Didn't they nail him? Yeah, as a matter of fact, he absolutely was. So I don't even have to say allegedly on that. He really did beat up his wife a couple times. So definitely rock with that. Yeah, shout out to Eugene. He did. He put that music together quick as hell. I was just like, I didn't even have pictures. Like, I was in the midst of getting the pictures and stuff and had told Sheree about it. And I'm like, damn, but I need like theme music. And I was going to go to AI and I was just like, you know what? I would rather use Eugene's music, see what he wanted for it. And he's just like, just shout me out. So it's right there in the video, like in that intro. If you watch, it comes up, it gives his YouTube channel everything. And I'm hoping that maybe somebody sees that intro, gets a kick out of it, and messages Eugene. But yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting one. Definitely an interesting one. I watched Peacemaker, the first episode for season 2, and oh boy, there was stuff in there I definitely was not expecting. Yeah, yeah, I'll get into that later. But yeah, it caught me completely off guard. One part of that stuff. But yeah, I know as far as news goes, I'd also seen something about like a judge stripped Alina Haba of her position. Some shit like that. I can't even remember what her position was. Something to do with New Jersey. She was like a district attorney for New Jersey or something. The judge came in and said, nope, you can't be the district attorney. I can do that. Yeah, that's a good suggestion, Stranded, when I'm using his intro. Eugene did not write my music. Scott G. MacDonald, Scott Guido McDonald wrote my fucking intro. But Smurf's intro is Eugene's. So when I show the Smurf thing, then I got to give credit to Eugene. But yeah, Eugene did not write like the normal GAM intro. Yeah, David's if David goes back to Minecraft, he'll start streaming again, I'm sure. Although we do have Helldivers. I looked it up. I don't know what time it'll be available for you, David. It's 4 a.m. my time. Like it's gonna launch at 1 a.m. on Pacific and then 4 a.m. my time. So we got that. But yeah, I Eugene will continue to get shouted out for the Smurf intro. But yeah, Shed Sessions and Scott McDonald. Matter of fact, I should probably give them credit in my normal intro on my normal show. But you know, rest in peace, Guido. But maybe the rest of the band. He's still got music out there. I'll tell you what, my neighbors are really, really pushing it right now because I got that. I can hear that bass all the way through my brick walls and hurricane glass. Like I don't know what the hell they're doing over there. They're having some party, which is pretty brazen considering there's just a drug bust in the neighborhood. I definitely would not want to be turning up my music. Although maybe they're the ones that set up the guy for the drug bust. And that's why they're blasting their music. Yeah, it's there. If you watch the intro, it's on there. Um, as a matter of fact, the name of the song's on there too. I was hoping Eugene was. I don't know if he wants to do it or not, but I can probably. Matter of fact, I think I should send him a shortcut. Um, but he should probably take the shortcut I sent him, with all the pictures and all that stuff and throw that on his channel, like just just have it start right where it says Smurf music by Eugene or whatever, like after the drum roll and all that stuff, and then he can do a little short video with it. Like, don't do my logo, dude. That thing has copyright protection on it now. So I get like the notice and all that shit if somebody uses it. It's great. It'd be like, I just wanted to borrow that. Like, okay. Well, let me shut down YouTube on it. Fucking bastards. They're using AI for everything nowadays. They know you for fucking even fair use, it seems like. Getting anything through this brush. I cleaned it pretty good last time. But yeah. Yeah. What else is going on? I haven't seen any movies. Nothing new. Nothing exciting. I tried watching because it came up that it had started streaming season 3 of it. So I'm like, oh, this show must be pretty good. There's a show called Invasion. I guess it's on Apple TV. And yeah, I watched the first season, kept fast forwarding, waiting for something good to happen. It was god awful. And then I looked at the date for the first season, and I'm like 2021. So of course, every girl in it's amazing. Every guy's like pretty much stupid and like a failure and like all this stuff. Like it was definitely wham empowered and all that. I was like, oh my god, the politics of 2021. I forgot what cinema was like. Yeah, I mean, so the song, I told Eugene keep it at 45 seconds or like give me like 45 seconds. So he'd have to do it as a short. Like, I don't think he'd do it as a full video and get away with it. I don't know. I don't know how that works. I know nothings about some musics. I just spattered myself with this inky black. I just need a little bit. I can just nail this real fast. Be done. Give me that Batman who laughs head and try not to break it, since he's actually what we're going to nail out tonight. This Iron Man will be done for next time. Shit, blew right through. Why am I losing air pressure? What the fuck? Okay, what just happened there? How am I losing air pressure? I got plenty of pressure in the damn tank. Are you shitting me? What just happened? Something happened. I'm not getting air pressure through the valve. Trust me, I completely get why you stopped. What? Is the hose kinked or something? My fat ass on the hose? There it goes. Like all of a sudden, like Just no pressure out of it. Like I got that shit at like 25 psi. What do you mean? Yeah, I didn't realize. I completely forgot how bad TV got for a little while there. Like you have to go to the off-brand shows, and then yes, let me just tell you, there is an overcompensation though. So, have any of you guys seen Peacemaker season one by chance? John Cena's in it, plays Peacemaker from James Gunn's The Suicide Squad, and they did it. He's like a fuck up superhero. Like he wants to bring peace to the world, and he'll kill as many people as it takes to get it. So the first season, like, it was not great. It was very tongue in cheek. Definitely James Gunsy. People getting jacked up, everything else. Um, they definitely added a little bit of diversity to it, stuff like this. But all the characters were kind of odd and weird and all that kind of bit. Well, like they had his dad, for example, made him fight his brother in front of people, and they were betting money on who would win when they were like little kids, and it's the trauma that he carries. His dad, he ends up hitting his brother too hard and killing his brother, right? Like stuff like that, and he's just always trying to impress his dad. Well, his dad turns out to be like the superhero, as designing most of his weaponry and his helmets and all this stuff. He's actually a white supremacist, like full on racist, the whole nine yards. Blames him, treats him like dog shit. He's like, yeah, you killed your brother and all this stuff in the first season, and the dad's actually played by Robert Pattinson. I think is that his name? Robert Patrick. That's his name. Guy who was like the Terminator in Terminator 2. He was the Liquid Terminator. So there's a point in season one where Peacemaker, John Cena's character, actually ends up killing his dad, like shooting him in the head and killing him, and all this. And season two, it's like they go through a whole bunch of crap. Into season two, basically ends where they all are kind of successful, all this stuff. The one girl that's assigned to him turns out she is Amanda Waller's daughter, and she exposes Task Force X, which is the Suicide Squad. She exposes them to the world and stuff like this, and all that kind of bit. So season two kicks off. None of them can get work that backed up Peacemaker in the first season. They're all kinds of screwed. And he basically, like, he falls into a depression because the one girl and him, like, they get together at the end of it. End of season one, they've broken up. Like, she's just like, yeah, I'm not interested, all this stuff. Because she kind of blames him for losing her position as an agent in the spy circles and all that stuff. And she's like, this is all I've ever done. And so she blames him or whatever. So John Cena, right? This is the part you guys will probably like. If you watch the trailer for it, he gets interviewed to go into the Justice Gang from Superman. And yeah, it's like they make fun of him the whole time. All this is played for laughs. The girl breaks up with him and everything, so he's all depressed. And he pulls out like a bag of weed. He starts getting baked. And then he goes over to this like cookie jar thing, takes out a whole bag of cocaine and starts snorting it. And then while he's snorting it, all of a sudden the background kind of changes because he's throwing a party so he doesn't feel alone. And it's a full-on orgy. I mean, they show everything. Like, and it like caught me completely off guard. Like, I mean, PPs and everything. You saw Laughing Cats, like, I saw Peacemaker on the title and had to join. Did you see this season 2, episode 1? Laughing cat. Did you see this? Did you see what I was what I'm talking about? Like basically, oh my god, dude. So if you saw the first season, right? You already know. Like they kind of go over the top. Like this scene. I mean, you've got boobies bouncing everywhere. Um, guys, there's this one white dude, and like that thing looks like my thumb. Like, but he's just sitting there dancing in the background. I mean, like people everywhere. Like it's ridiculous. And it caught me completely off guard. Like I was like, "What am I watching?" Because it was just out of nowhere, like orgy. It's the only way to describe it. And basically, Rick Flag Senior is taken over Argus now. Over because Amanda Waller, I guess, with her daughter exposing everything, got tossed out in the first season. So he's got like 24-hour surveillance on Peacemaker because in the Suicide Squad movie, he killed Rick Flag Jr. So it took out his son, right? So he's in charge of it. There's one part where, and this was a little Easter egg that actually really made me like laugh. But there's a part where Peacemaker and the one blonde agent, I can't remember her name, are going up to her apartment and she's basically about to blow him off. But they're walking up and he's like, yeah, he's like, what happened to your hand? Because she got all pissed off. She went to a shrink to get cleared to do secret agent work again. And he's like, yeah, I'm afraid you're suffering from toxic masculinity. And she's like, but I'm a chick. He's like, well, girls can be guys nowadays. And she's like, what the fuck? Like she's freaking out or whatever. So she gets in the car and punches her dashboard a whole bunch and busts up her knuckles. So when she first gets out of the car, Peacemaker sees it and he's just like, what happened to your hand? She's like, yeah, I got angry and punched the dashboard. He's like, yeah, I did that last time I was in your car because you had the spin doctors on. And then right after it was 30 Seconds to Mars. And she's like, yeah, 30 Seconds to Mars sucks. And he's like, yeah. Do you guys know who the lead singer is on 30 Seconds to Mars? What's up, Eugene? I don't know if you guys know who 30 Seconds to Mars is and their lead singer, but it's Jared Leto. So the original Suicide Squad, he played the Joker in it. And it was basically James Gunn taking a shot at that version of the Joker. The other Easter egg, the other thing that was changed, and it was really interesting, but they were like recapping season one. At the very end of season one, when they saved the day, they have like they go outside the building and they stop this thing, this Project Butterfly thing. And out of nowhere, like it's basically just silhouetting them. They never show them in full color or anything else, but you see silhouette for Superman, Cyborg, Aquaman, Batman, Wonder Woman, all come dropping in. And so it's the Justice League that showed up, right? Instead, this time, like when they're recapping it, he even says Justice Gang. Oh, look, it's the Justice Gang. About time you guys got here. And it's the silhouettes for Superman, Supergirl, Mr. Terrific, Hawk Girl, and Guy Gardner. So they actually they changed it. Yeah, they changed like they retconned that, and then she's talking on the phone. They completely have wiped out the Snyderverse, and basically they're already poking fun at like the old Suicide Squad, so the old DCEU or whatever. But yeah, Peacemaker goes through a portal like he has where he has his workshop stored, and he takes his pet eagle in there, Eagly, to fly. And when he takes Eagly in to fly or whatever, he ends up stumbling into this other door. Like Eagly tries going to this other door, so he goes and checks it, and he has like a security code, and the security code matches his. And it turns out it's a different universe where his dad's still alive, his brother's still alive, and they're all like good family. So he ends up, while he's all banged up at the orgy or whatever, opening that door, going through it, and then going through the other door. He goes in there, he sits down with his dad and his brother, and he's just like having drinks and all this. Then he goes into his room to go check it out, and it's funny because there's like old posters on the wall, and one of them is Def Leppard "Pour Some Honey on Me." Like, so everything's kind of the same, but just altered. And while he's in there, his the version of Peacemaker from that universe comes in and starts attacking him and beating the hell out of him. So he goes running back to the door. He gets through, and they start fighting in like the interdimension space. And he's about to get killed, and he hits like this button, and it fires off the jetpack and shoots the other world Peacemaker into the ceiling and kills him. And that's pretty much like where the episode ends. But yeah, it was okay, but man, if you're gonna watch that, make sure there is no one in the room with younger eyes, any of that stuff. Because, like, I mean, the show's kind of brutal to begin with, but James Gunn's going full James Gunn on it. And yeah, the origin scene is will catch you. Like, you'll be like, what did I just watch? Like, I can't believe they got away with showing it. It was almost like watching softcore adult film back in the day. You're like, what am I watching? Like, what am I watching? Like, it would. I thought I was watching a superhero show. Like, this is just redonkulous. Like, people getting blown up and stuff. Like, kind of used to it, but yeah, that one caught me completely off guard. Like, I mean, full frontal. Damn, I'm gonna have to loosen that up. But yeah, Peacemaker definitely. I still haven't brought myself to watch the third episode of Alien Earth. I did catch this week's South Park. South Park was once again. It's like it was kind of funny because it's basically it all took place Tegrity Farms, and then Randy's going under because they keep ICE keeps showing up and taking all the Mexicans and deporting them. So he's like, yeah, the farm's going to go under. Chat GPT does this whole thing. Like, he starts relying on GPT and taking low doses of ketamine and through the whole episode. And he ends up turning Integrity Farms into Tech Farms, where it's going to be an AI solution to marijuana. And that, at the end of it, basically fails, and he ends up moving back to South Park with his family. So what are you saying? Have a box of tissues? No, honestly, that's probably the worst part of it. It was not attractive people at the party. It like maybe one or two of them were like kind of attractive, but yeah, no, it was like looked like people that you just find in your average neighborhood, just going at it. Like, it was not a good look, not a good look at all. Like, he doesn't get fully naked; he's wearing tidy whities or whatever, and he doesn't participate in anything either, like John Cena's character. But yeah, everybody else does. And it's like, what the hell did I just see? All right, Iron Man's tuned up. We looking on this. Get everything. That is done. Head's drying. See if we can't get Gandalf. Got the extra paint for it, might as well. Let's get him sprayed. Primed up and ready to rock and roll, which going black with this might be a bad idea. I might have wanted to go gray because we are going to have to use white and grays in here. Careful of the damn pipe. this little pipe right here, that little line, my God, is it fragile. A little bit too much on it, it snaps. Done. Let's see. Anything? Yeah, look at the bottom real quick. This way I can just pop them back in and spray them from the actual base. Less chance of breaking them. But yeah, it's unfortunate. I keep looking for something good to watch. And like I said, I was hoping that Invasion show was it, and it was just dog shit. Unfortunately, I thought it was going to be like there's this old alien show. It's called Dark Sky. I don't know if you guys ever saw it. The aliens come down. They basically like are attacking Earth and everything else, and breaks down to like this one small town. Like they're defending themselves back and fighting their like resistance fighters, and it goes through the whole series and everything. And at the end of it, they have to like restart the government. They have to restart everything. Like it's actually a pretty good show. Had Noah Wiley in it. He was the most notable, I think, on that show. Some of the later seasons are so, but the first couple seasons are really good. And, yeah, crazy, crazy. Like I said, I haven't been watching much of news, which is usually bread and butter on here. Like, we usually just talk about the news. Maybe when Revel gets in, if Revel gets in, Revel will come in and be like, oh yeah, Gam, this is what's going on. Check this one out. Of course, he might come in and be like, yeah, nothing's happening. But most of the stuff is just rehash and revamp of, oh, well, they raided Bolton's house, stuff like this. A lot of people talking about that one. Although, I guess that is kind of newer news. I don't know if it's newer news or it's been covered and you guys have heard about it. I don't know because I've been watching political shows. Um, Apparently, the reason why they went into Bolton's place, what they were looking for, because when John Bolton wrote a book, I guess it happened in this room or some crap like this, basically blasting Trump during the administration. And he took classified documents home. He was allowed to take them home to write the book. He never returned them. Well, apparently some of those documents are the Crossfire Hurricane documents that they're going after Comey, Clapper, and everybody else for. And he tried to keep them hidden. That's the speculation at this point. So that's just it. Actually, we can thank Eugene what you just said, your AI shows or whatever. So here's the thing with it. That was the last Hollywood strike they did. Was that the contracts that Hollywood was trying to pass out to the actors had it where they could use their images in perpetuity. So let's say you did Jason Momoa. You do an AI version of Jason Momoa, you could put him in whatever the hell you wanted. The AI version. He wouldn't see a dime for it either because they have license to his image and everything else, like rights to him. So you can use that technology and it's really cool for actors that have passed away. or de-aging them, stuff like this. You can do some really cool stuff. But they wanted to do it where at that point, like say an actor's pissed off and they quit. Well, all right, we don't have to fill that actor. We'll just use an AI actor at that point. Yeah, Cracker Barrel, they're down like I can't remember. They lost like $100 million or something ridiculous because of their shenanigans with their stuff for removing the cracker and the barrel from the logo. It's play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Again, looking back, like we can tell, I can tell you now, we're coming out of an age of woke, right? Which is good because some of the stuff like I just watched from 2021 made me roll my damn eyes. Like I was just like, oh my god, this is bad. Um, and it was funny because the one chick, like she's with her two kids and her husband, she finds out right before the aliens like bombard the place or whatever that her husband is having an affair on her. And my wife just happened to walk in and ask me what's going on, and everything. And I tell her, my wife's like, wait, so you're telling me the aliens attacked and he's still alive? I said, yeah. She's like, yeah, no. If I found out you're cheating on me and like the aliens attacked and I had the two kids there, I'd have been like, oh no, the aliens got him. Like immediately. Like I would have just, you know, just done the old throat slash and allegedly. And yeah, yeah, told you have a nice day. Yeah, people are done though with woke, and that's just it. Like even Disney is trying to come around. Like their big thing is like we need like the next generation of males to buy our stuff, and the next generation of males are like, yo, you're putting out shit that is terrible. You got to adjust this, or I'm not buying your crap anymore. Because the Gen Xers like me, man, true story. If it was Star Wars, I pretty much got it. Like I would buy everything that Star Wars would throw out there, right? Well, not everything. As an adult, like I definitely got a lot less than I did when I was younger. But I used to buy, like I've got a life size Darth Maul out in the garage, right? For example, and then they did what is it, The Force Awakens? I think that was the first one. They did The Force Awakens, and I was like, it was okay, but like it felt like it should be a good movie, but there's something weird with it. Like, and I can't put my finger on it. And then it was actually South Park did the Member Berries episode. Remember the Tauntaun? I remember the Tauntaun. You remember Dagobah? I remember Dagobah. And then I went back and watched the movie again, and I was like, son of a bitch, they just did Star Wars over again. Just for a new generation, but retold basically almost beat for beat the same exact story. Like, who's Rey's mentor? Oh, it's Han Solo. Well, he's going to die then, right? Yep, he dies in a tragic lightsaber accident. Um, it was basically the same movie. I'm just like, shit. Well, they can redeem this with the next one because it's Rian or Ryan Johnson, and that was, I guess it's called The Last Jedi. And I was like, he could redeem it. He's not a bad filmmaker. Like, if you ever saw Knives Out or Glass Onion, he's actually not bad at film. And they put that movie out. I watched it. My wife rage quit about 15 minutes in. I ended up watching the whole damn thing and was so disgusted that, like, I took Star Wars stuff and just started throwing it out in the garage. Like, just literally out of the room, just right out in the garage, huffing it. Like, I'm like, that's probably like a $300 collectible. Yeah, it's worth about jack and shit to me now. It destroyed Star Wars for me. One movie. That's all it took was that one movie. Oh, the wife didn't have. She had no allegedly energy. when we watched that scene, Sheree, no, you're right. There was no allegedly energy there. That was full on like, yep, yep, cutting, strutting and cutting, like Brutus the Barber Beefcake back in the day. Just strutting and cutting. Pieces of you would have been flying off. Completely blamed it on the aliens, and nobody would have been the wiser. And I was just like, yeah, well, I kept saying the same thing too, because like throughout the rest of the season or whatever, she's like the guy gets beat up by like almost beat up by four people. She sees a set of car keys that she can escape with, and she like grabs him and then yells to him like, "Hey, come on, get in the car!" And it's like, "What are you doing? Just leave that asshole there. Let him get his ass." Yeah, this is not realistic at all. Just not at all. And then you find out later on in the season that legitimately he had a kid with the chick that she doesn't know about. And it's like, that makes it even worse. Like, wait a minute. So you procreated too on top of it? And like, you're cheating on your wife and you were doing it unprotected and slipped one past the goalie. Oh my God. What? And this lady's still not like just, yes, I need to, wait till you fall asleep. I need to poison your next meal. None of this. Hey, what an actual cracker barrel is. Back in the day, they used to ship crackers in barrels. Yeah, that's pretty much where it comes from. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about. I have well, I don't follow World of Warcraft. I try to get back into it because of Frogzilla Eugene, and I went back and played it. I really like the way they evolved World of Warcraft. Kind of sucked to me. I went and played World of Warcraft Classic, but I did see that. I did see. I know there was a whole bunch of outrage over that. That they did something else too. Like they pissed fans off. Like it's such a disappointment because games like World of Warcraft, right? Like they dumb that shit down so people can play catch up real fast. Like I like me personally, I got to level 60 in like 2 days or something. Like it took no time. And then Frogzilla was telling me he's like, yeah, you got to play the like the PvP arenas and stuff. That's where the fun is. And I was like, yeah, I like the questing end of stuff and going on raids together, all that kind of bit. Um, so for me, it was I couldn't get back into it. I tried World of Warcraft Classic, that I really liked, but then an expansion dropped, and said expansion was like $30, so you gain like 10 more levels, and I was just like, yeah, no, like you're telling me that every time you drop one of these, it's such a shame because Blizzard used to put out like bulletproof solid games. So StarCraft, Warcraft, World of Warcraft, Overwatch is Blizzard, and then they merged with Activision, and they started getting basically on a pay for play model, really really hard, and yeah, it's just no good. Yeah, well, that's just it. Harrison Ford didn't want to go past Return of the Jedi stranded. You're right about him being vocal about it. He wanted Han Solo to be taken out. Harrison Ford had told George Lucas in Return of the Jedi it was originally supposed to, right? George Lucas said, "No way can I do that. I'm not doing that to Han Solo." But the actual pitch from Harrison Ford, because he likes playing Indiana Jones, he loves playing Indiana Jones. He does not like playing Han Solo. He doesn't like the nerddom that goes with it, like the whole 9 yards, apparently. Um, but he had flat out told George Lucas, he had pitched to him, he's like, hey, how about instead of doing this, I'm going to pilot the Millennium Falcon. I will go into the new Death Star and then we won't be able to blow it up, and then I'll just sacrifice myself, and it'll be like, like a redemption arc. He goes from the guy who doesn't care about anything and just money and all that kind of stuff to he sacrificed himself to save everybody. And George Lucas is like, no, I can't take Han Solo out. Like the whole love story with Princess Leia and all this stuff, and he was just like, damn it, like I tried. Like I think he's given the interviews about that one where he tried to get George Lucas to end Han Solo a long time ago. I guess he had a lot easier time convincing J.J. Abrams of it. Plus, you needed, Han Solo slash Obi-Wan's death for the reboot, reimagining, remake, sequel reboot, whatever you want to call it. That's what it was. It was a sequel reboot. It was 100% a sequel reboot. Yeah, well, I mean they have like apparently they're changing the little pegboards that you play while you're waiting. Like you do the whole jump and eliminate pegboard or whatever. They're apparently they're changing the design on them too to read different stuff. Originally did. I don't know. I've eaten at Cracker Barrel a couple times. Can't say it's like my favorite place. I can just say that sometimes when a logo works and it's a good logo and it's been there for years and you go messing with it or muffing with it, doesn't work. Yeah, all you got to do is look back to it. It's the same way if you change the flavor of something. So look at New Coke. That is it. Like New Coke will tell you all you need to know. New Coke is like, oopsie, shouldn't have done that. Like you went from Coca Cola to New Coke, and that was rejected and went down really, really fast. It was way too sweet. What are you, Dr. Roxo now, E-Rock? Good to see you, brother. How was the trip with the family? Everything go good? Hopefully. No issues. No craziness. Yeah, we're blowing clean. A little bit of dirt in there, but should be good. Cool. Keep this ready to rock and roll for next time. God, that giant ass Freddy I'm doing. If it prints correctly, like the base is in 4 pieces. The guy already cut and keyed it, so I'm gonna print that out first and see how that looks. If those keys all fit together and the base looks solid, then I'll go forward with the rest of the model. But that one's gonna be a good one. Gandalf's gonna be fun to paint too. He really is. Oh, good lord! Fast hands, Gam. Fast hands. He's got quite a bit of detail in there. Gonna be rough. Let's see. Now that this is all done, now it's all been said and done. Let me see how that looks on that. I'm gonna snap it in. Like it'll actually snap in there. Yeah, that Captain America shield's gonna look badass when it's painted. Scaffolding is just, it's a little bit extra. don't even so much need that. This one's going to be more about him. Good old Iron Man. He'll look cool. He's like flying over all of it. Oh, dude, that's awesome. Excellent, excellent. How old is she, Rock, if you don't mind me asking? Dave and Buster's. And I haven't been there in a minute. Actually, I really wasn't a big fan. Well, my buddies used to like go there and get drunk and stuff and be like, we can play arcade games. It's like $3 to play an arcade game. What the hell? I remember being able to come in here with a $10 bill and play for like 12 hours. What the? Wow, really Stranded? That's crazy. Like, yeah, you can't go changing recipes on the food, any of that stuff. It should have a very country ass feel to it. Should be a very relaxed feel when you're in a Cracker Barrel. Like it was like just down home cooking is the way I've always been told. Well, happy birthday to the daughter there, Iraq. What's up, Forever? How are you, man? Good to see you, brother. Hmm. I did see one news article, and maybe you guys, I don't even know if this was on anybody's bingo card or radar. Does everybody know who the UFC fighter Rampage Jackson is? Yep. The internet wishes her a happy birthday. That's a good way of putting it. You guys know who Rampage Jackson is? Old UFC MMA fighter, right? He's got a son, and his son's a professional fighter too, and his name's like Raj Jackson. I want to say his name is. Anyway, Raj went to like one of these like little small indie type promotion wrestling shows. Yeah, you don't have to follow UFC. Just um, because it's just this guy was like a knockout artist, really good fighter, right? His son is a fighter too. Well, the son is at this wrestling show. They have cameras running and all this stuff, like they're filming it. And the son had gone behind the scenes and was talking with one of the wrestlers. This other wrestler walked up and like starts kind of like gently smack talking him, like you can tell it's like a wrestling promo, and then has a half open beer and smacks it on the side of his head and just like crumples the can, and like beer goes all over him. He's like, dude, what the, like the guy didn't move. Like Raj Jackson didn't move. And the wrestler's like a bigger white dude. He's just like, he's like, see, man, blah, 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 blah. And then Raj Jackson starts shoving him. And the other wrestler's like, yo, he's not here to work. He's not here to work. Like, he's just back here to visit. So the other wrestler, the wrestler that I think his name's Psycho Steve, had crushed this can on his head, was like, oh my God, I'm sorry, and all this other stuff. Look, brother, I thought you were here for, like the show and all this, and you were going to be part of the show and everything because I saw the cameras. I made a mistake. He's apologizing to. Raj Jackson's like, yeah, that's cool, or whatever. And they brought Raj Jackson out, and he was sitting on like commentary or whatever at one point. And apparently somebody in the back had told him, I guess it was like to promote. He's talking about, he's like, yo, I get the shot. I'm going to keep hitting that dude until somebody pulls me off him. So he gets into the ring, and like the match just ends or whatever. Guy's got his back to him. This dude, Raj Jackson, comes up behind him, like kind of like picks him up, like double leg takes him down, gets on top of him, and like when he slammed him, you could tell like the guy's head bounced off the mat like super hard. It probably knocked him out. And then he lays in. It was like, I swear to you, I kid you not, like 25 shots on this guy till somebody does actually pull him off him. And as he's hitting him, he's getting bloodier and bloodier and bloodier and blood. Like, I mean, he literally beat the hell out of him. One of the refs yells, he flatlined him. He flatlined him. They had to rush him to the hospital, to the ICU, and everything else. It was crazy. Like, he legit beat the guy, like, took him down and started beating his ass. Yeah, it might be Rampage Jackson. He broke the internet on me. But yeah, he beat the ever loving god out of this guy. He was in the ICU, and then because Raj Jackson is apparently a streamer, he had somebody with a camera following him. Like that was the whole camera following him thing. And he's outside and he gets a phone call from some guys like, yo, I just saw on the internet you did this or whatever. He's like, yo, you can't be doing that. Like all this kind of stuff and going off. He's like, yeah, he dissed me like 4 hours ago or something. He's like, yeah, you can't do that, man. You're a professional fighter. All this kind of stuff. And he's in the ICU right now. You flatlined him. Like he literally like kind of died. And they brought him back and everything else. He's like, my bad. Like that was his answer was not, oh my God, is he all right? Maybe I went a little too far. Nothing. He was just like, my bad. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, if you can find the video where he's hitting a me rock, because it's out there, it is brutal. Like, it reminded me of like in a video game. You know what? The best description of it is, in Fight Club, when he's like, Brad Pitt says to Ed Norton Jr., like, where'd you go on that one, psycho boy? When he beats Jared Leto, actually, or Leto, whatever. But he beats him like crushes his whole face and everything else. It was like that, but real life. Yeah, and that's just it, Eugene. That was bandied around a bunch. It's not a work, not a work. Because like the guys who get into the ring with him at first, like you can tell, like the one guy's like, "Yo, is he throwing like working punches on him?" Because I mean, he just like is hooking him while he's on the ground. Like he's literally he took him down, he mounted him, and it looked like the guy was out cold to begin with. Like when he hit the ground, but he might have been like, "Oh, okay, he's just gonna lay one in and and he just kept going. And he knocked him out. Like he clear as day knocked him cold and just kept going. Like you could kind of consider it almost attempted murder. Like he beat him so bad. Like it was fucking brutal. Like I haven't seen anything like that in a minute. I've seen shit like that in real life. I didn't think I'd see it in a wrestling ring. I mean, there are people that have died in a wrestling ring, and I've seen the videos of those. But this was different. Like this guy got in there with a purpose to hurt this man, and it was brutal. Let's take a look at what we're doing tonight. I just want to see what he looks like stacked up. See, that goes there. Oh, you're not even going to be able to see all of it, are you? Sugar. I'm going to do this and take him off the stand and bring him down. So yeah, he is going to be interesting. And then I believe his two arms. Let's make sure these things are seamed in there well. They should come down in front of them, almost like praying hands. Yeah. Cool. All right. Batman Who Laughs. Time to rock and roll, buddy. Let's get that paint on you. Oh, Jesus. Well, that's interesting that you saw that in there. I don't know how you saw that in there, Stranded. That's a Rorschach test to be sure. It was a ground. Yeah, you saw what I'm talking about. Like, I mean, he like, woo, woo. Like, I can't even show it. It was that brutal. Like, that'll throw me off YouTube showing that thing without editing or anything like this. Dear Lord. This might actually be a boring paint job. Let me take a look. Let's get some images in here. See what we're looking at. White on the face, red on the lips, white on the hands. Everything else looks black. Shiny black, but black. You see stuff in clouds too. We all see stuff in clouds. Pareidolia. Your mind takes an image and mixes it together. This one's more of a, kind of a GAM thing because I'm in South Carolina. But there's there's three old myths about South Carolina getting hammered with hurricanes to a point where whenever somebody reports one of them, it's so serious that people actually like put it in the newspaper. Actually, two of them have made the newspaper. So the first one is called the Gray Man, and what it signifies is that a category, a super like not a category 5, but like a cat 4, cat 3 hurricane is going to make landfall in South Carolina. And the first one's called the Gray Man, and it's basically like an apparition of a ghost. It's always seen on a place down here called Pawleys Island. And it happened right before Hugo. He was seen right before Florence, Hurricane Florence. So what was that? 1989 was Hurricane Hugo, and then 2018 was Florence. And supposedly, if you see him and you heed his warning that you've seen him, it'll spare your house in the hurricane. Then the second one is it's called the oh god, what the hell are they called? Pekingese. The Pekingese. There's a woman who was out walking her dogs during a hurricane, and both dogs passed away, unfortunately. And supposedly, if you see a pair of Pekingese running down a beach unaccompanied, it's their spirits, and they come in with the hurricane, like a hurricane that's going to make landfall, like a serious hurricane. And they've been seen not long before a nasty hurricane hit South Carolina. Third one involves like a mermaid being captured and crap like that, so you can kind of discount it. But the other two, I saw a newspaper article that two people had seen the Gray Man on Pawleys Island and reported it to the newspaper, and then another person had seen the Pekingese. And I'm like, if there's anything to this, South Carolina is going to get hit with a nasty hurricane soon. Hurricane Aaron it blew up the coastline. I don't know if it hit further up or it blew back out, but it missed me completely. Like we had like a day of stormy weather, but it's been like that all summer basically. Like it's been raining a lot. Like my backyard was like a lake at one point. It was to a point where it took me a while to cut the grass because of it. Well, black it is. Um, but yeah, Hurricane Aaron, I haven't heard anything. Like it definitely didn't hit here, and I don't think it hit North Carolina like it was projected either. Yeah, oh yeah, you're right, E Rock. Raj Jackson. Oh yeah, if I were that dude, I'd be suing the hell out of him, especially because Daddy got money. But he, how are you, Bob? It's good to see you, Bob. What have you been up to, Bob? You haven't been kicking people in their no-no spots and making them puke, have you, Bob? The Mothman? No, Mothman is West Virginia. Mothman shows up. People in West Virginia see it, and usually a major tragedy follows. Just watching golf. Damn, Bob. I thought you were going to come in here with a story. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country roads. God damn it, E Rock. Actually, that's how we even got E Rock in the stream because we were over at good old ABL's and he said something. Nobody responded to it, and I was like the only person to respond to Country Roads. I was like, "What's going on here?" I thought everybody else would join in. Almost like people didn't even, had no clue what he was talking about. Felt so bad. I was like, "Yeah, me and E Rock are the weird ones." Dude, that's awesome. Good stuff. Good stuff, Bob. Glad you got some good home cooking. Yeah, I tuned into ABL basically at the calls, check in, see if we've heard anything from our man on the street, Steve, and still nothing. Hope you're out there and doing well, brother. You're just in the mountains camping and having fun, enjoying life. That's definitely my hope. I can't. I got to figure out. There's got to be something outside of this shiny black. Like I'll get it on his pants, maybe his cape and his upper jacket, but I got to look. I don't want to paint them all just the same shiny black. I might as well airbrush them at that point. Like then the focus will be on the skulls on the base, the face, and his hands. Like every picture I look at, I'm looking through different pictures now to see if there's something I can do that's it's kind of a blowout for him. I mean, every one of his buckles is like silver, so that'll make it a little interesting. Jesus Christ. I'm looking at a statue of him that they sell actually through DC. That shit's $450. Looks like his shoulder pads I can do a different color on too. Everything else is this shiny black. Really? So In and Out is a better burger than Five Guys? Five Guys is all right. I mean, I think Bob's got it correct. Usually, I'm grilling my own burgers when I actually grill them. It's pretty much the best burgers. Because, you do little tricks like you do the barbecue burger where you mix in a little bit of barbecue sauce, do the beer spill over on them sometimes. A1. Spill a little A1 in the mix when you make them, when you're actually pressing the patties. Get an interesting flavor. Basically, like controlling the burger meat and making it nice. Actually, now I'm looking at him. This guy might actually be a pain in the ass when I get to the jacket. All the little things all over him. All the little straps. Yeah, Bob. That's there you go. Bob's sharing some decent recipes. Go for it, Bob. And no, I didn't hear what's up with King Cobra. What the hell is King Cobra? Is it like an eatery or is it like an actual animal or is it like Johnny Lawrence's new crew over Cobra Kai? Do or die. Hooah. Oh yeah, I did. I heard about that. That's like some streamer. He like did like a marathon stream, and a bunch of other streamers started bullying him, and he like died. Right? I didn't know that was what the guy's name was. I did see something about that. Yeah, dude. Like I don't know what the entire story is. I had never heard of the guy. I did see that story though. Like there was a streamer and like it was something like he did a marathon stream, like he did like a 36-hour stream or something. I could be wrong on the time. Maybe it was only a 12-hour one. I mean, if I'm playing a game with Smurf, 12 hours goes by in a blink of an eye, right? But for some streamers, like 8 hours is a long ass stream. And I pull those on a regular because I don't know. I'm just an idiot like that. Even when I've got nothing to talk about, I just keep talking. Um, but yeah, I had seen something about that. Like they were like apparently breaking his balls the whole time, and yeah, he passed away. I don't know if he died on stream, but rest in peace to him, I guess. I mean, was he like a fat butterneck nerd or like did he have like medical conditions? You take enough online hate, some people without that have that thin skin. I've always talked about this. Hell, we know one or two, right? Everybody knows one or two that have real thin skin. You're on the internet, people start making fun of you, and a whole group of people start piling on top of you and calling you basically like a pile of flaming dog shit. And you're not used to it. You're kind of done. Like you might not want to be streaming anymore. I don't know if he was like a Wings of Redemption story or something like that. If you guys don't know who Wings of Redemption is, I can go into that a little bit. Well, dude, you make some weird ass food like Mountain Dew and boiled eggs, you're gonna get made fun of. I mean, I don't know. Did he do that as a joke or did he do it as serious? So you have like Boogie 123, like they're lolcows is what they call them. and I feel bad for him. But like Wings of Redemption, he's one that I was actually familiar with. Like I never watched the guy when he was actually like big time, but for a while there, he was like one of the best Call of Duty players in like early YouTube, apparently. Like really, really good. And he would get angry and talk a whole bunch of shit whenever he'd lose anything else. And then some dude challenged him to a one on one, like another streamer. And he said, "All right, but we got to play this way or whatever." And the other streamer kicked his ass and wasn't even expecting to kick his ass. Like he was expecting to lose. And everybody started clowning him. The more they clowned him, the angrier he got. So a lot of people rage quit on him. And then he would do anything you gave him money to. If you gave him money on a stream to drink his own piss, he'd do it. He just wanted the super chats. He wanted, like all that kind of stuff. Like, I mean, he really started demeaning himself for the money. And he's like, look, that's how I pay all my bills is like streaming and all this kind of stuff. He had like sponsorship deals and everything else, and they all dried up. Like, it was actually like kind of a sad story, but he was kind of an arrogant douche too. So you don't feel super terrible for him. But man, the stuff that people would do to him was just brutal. And I think it was him I think it was Wings of Redemption. It might have been somebody else. They got caught spanking the monkey right before they went live. Like they didn't realize that they were going live and, decided to fire off some knuckle children before they started their stream and got caught. I think it might have been him. I could be conflating him with somebody else. But he became a lolcow. And, like people, like just people on the internet abusing him. And it's sad because he won't give it up because it's fast and easy money. Brian Stelter. Yeah, Brian Stelter is one of those people. Well, Brian Stelter at least has, like, I believe, a journalism degree. And, he got hired back to CNN. So he found something. Don Lemon's like that. Like, he's searching for relevance. Like, he just wants that limelight back on him. Some people get a taste of that power or the money, I guess, that comes with. I don't know, because I'm not a famous streamer. I'm just some putz who paints things and talk shit, right? But you get guys that get monetized and it goes right to their head. And then if they really get monetized and really make a lot of loot, it really goes to their head. And that's what happened in this case. Like this guy, like he talks so much. Like if you watch, actually shout out to Turkey Tom. Turkey Tom does a whole breakdown on him, Boogie 123, Chris Chan. Like he does all those kind of things and breaks down like the lol cows, and it's always a tragic tale. Like it's it's legitimately like they start off and they're someone and they end up just less than no one, and they don't know how to live outside the limelight. I think everybody gets 15 minutes of fame at one point in your life or another. Everybody gets their 15 minutes of fame where everybody's talking about you, or everybody, in your circle will be talking about you and you're famous. And once those 15 minutes go away, like some people, they get addicted to it. They get addicted to those 15 minutes. Like the Hawk Tua girl is going to be one of those. She'll be doing OnlyFans and like adult film soon. Sooner or later, she'll put out her own adult video because in one form or fashion, because that 15 minutes hit her and she went fucking viral. And it's just like, it's a shame. It's a blessing and a curse. No, no, no. Brian Stelter wasn't the one. That was his name's Jeffrey Tubin. That's the one that was stroking it live, Bob. Yeah, that wasn't Brian Stelter. That was Jeffrey Tubin. That's what you're talking about. CNN. Yeah, but there was a streamer that did it too and got nailed. Like right before he went live on his stream and didn't realize like the camera and everything was on. Now, I mean, there's the more recent one of Bricada Law where he everybody thought he was tugging one out, and it turned out there was a girl under the table doing things to him. Yeah, and that's just it. You got it in one, E-Rock. That's just it. Dance for me, monkey. Like what? Like have you no pride in yourself? Nope, nope. Not when there's money involved. Like oh, they're gonna send me $50 if I drink my own piss. Like what? Like, yo, man, like there's a limit to it. Like I'll sub to your channel, Gam, if you fart into the microphone. Like, yeah, no, I think it's not dance monkey dance. Yeah, it's just you're giving power to people over you at that point. That's dark. And there's definitely people out there that will demean themselves for that fame. Like her doing the whole Haktua spit on that thing. She's drunk at a bar and, you know, it was funny and it went viral. Then she did try to cash in on a Bitcoin. Then, like you said, people are trying to have her send feet pics. And I mean, hey, look, go ahead, send them feet pics, make your loot off it, girl. Make the money off the T-shirt, the Bitcoin, whatever you're selling, the meme coin or whatever. Make your money, but then call it. Don't keep going because you're going to go down that road. And like you said, yeah, OnlyFans is probably coming. Yes, OnlyFans is probably they're coming. OF is definitely calling for you, and it just gets worse from there. I look at Jesus Christ. You want to talk about awful? You can just look at poor. I guess her name would be Joni Lawler. Lar, is it Lar or Lawler? I think it's Lar. But China from WWE, and like, look what happened to her. Like that shit went totally wrong. She went from being like a guest star on Third Rock to from the Sun and having like maybe an okay acting career after she was done wrestling to doing adult film, all hooked into drugs, all jacked up and all that, and ODing eventually. Yeah, I mean, of course they like that. So I think it was Megan Kelly was talking about this. Apparently, Fox News does like right around like their actual TV show does about 1 million views. Not their online content, just the actual show itself. About 1 million views. MSNBC on the weekdays, prime time, 510,000 views. And they wonder why they're going out of business. Megan Kelly even said something like, she's like, when I did mine, it was 3 million views. Like, our average was 3 million, and they were like, yeah, this is kind of bad. She's like, you're at 1 million views on Fox News now. And MSNBC, it's no wonder they're trying to sell them off. MS Now. Who had a sad spiral? Joni Lawler. Yeah, China. Yeah, it's a tragic story. Like you feel for her because you go back to that WWE stuff, and there's a movie called Beyond the Mat, and they build it as the video or the movie that Vince McMahon doesn't want you to see or whatever. But they had China on there, and she literally had her jaw restructured. Like they actually went into it a little bit, but she had her jaw restructured so she looked more feminine. Stuff like this because she looked like a dude. She was built that way. She's definitely a rarity. It's a shame. But yeah, and she really should go into the Hall of Fame on her own, not just as part of DX. Yeah, you thought she was you thought she was a transitioned dude or woman? No, no, she was actually a girl her whole life. She was just big on bodybuilding. The way she even got into wrestling was because she went to the same gym as Triple H and Shawn Michaels, and they thought it would be funny, like, hey, like, because what's his name, Kevin Nash left and went to WCW, and Shawn Michaels was like, we're doing the whole Degeneration X thing. So, wouldn't it be funny if like our bodyguard was this giant chick, like China, basically? And they pitched it to Vince McMahon, and he liked it. He brought her in, and then 110%. She fit and all that. She got over, so they kept her, and Triple H started dating her at that point. Triple H dated her for a while, and then they did this storyline where Triple H basically got together with Stephanie and McMahon in the storylines, and the two of them like actually got together for real behind the scenes. And the only way she found out was because she found a love letter from Stephanie to Hunter to Triple H. Or so the wrestling story go, like the actual real life behind the wrestling story goes. And she was heartbroken. And that's when she really started getting into drugs. Her and Hunter split up. Hunter married Stephanie McMahon, and China started dating X Pac. And she was getting harder and harder in drugs. Cost her a role on Third Rock from the Sun, that kind of thing. Either that or else the show ended. I'm not sure which happened first. But she basically lost that acting gig. And she got unceremoniously fired from WWE basically after Triple H and Stephanie were together. And her and X Pac made a tape that's called One Night in China, which made its rounds on the interwebs back in the day. And it was X Pac and her doing the naughty. And then she started getting offers to star in adult films as She Hulk, stuff like this. She ended up going over to Japan and teaching Japanese children English. I think was the last thing I saw. And then she was working on a comeback and doing a documentary. And that's when she OD'd. And supposedly the guy who was doing the movie is the one that gave her the drugs to OD her. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, that's yeah. Stranded. Did Triple H actually mess with stuff? Yes. So in storyline, they did a whole thing where she was going to marry Test and all this, and then Triple H shows this video where he took her to a wedding chapel, and then it was Test versus Triple H. Test ended up getting hurt at the end of the feud in real life, but Stephanie McMahon turned on Test, and it turned out like her and Triple H were going forward as like the new power couple, the Helmsley dynasty or something like this. Yeah, they had gotten together at that point in time. And like Vince McMahon even told him like, yeah, you need to back off my daughter. Like at first he was cool with it apparently, and then he was like, yeah, that ain't happening. And they still kept dating anyway. And yeah, yeah, that's I mean Triple H, like son-in-law and all that, but yeah, he was messing with her the whole time. Yeah, he was absolutely messing with her. And that's actually China's story, or was China's story, was like, yeah, it broke her heart and messed her all up. And that's what really got her hooked on, really big time into drugs at that point because she was like so heartbroken that she found this note that him and Stephanie had been like basically knocking boots for months. And Stephanie was all in love with him. That's the whole like you can go back and watch. It was during the Attitude Era, but Stephanie McMahon got boob implants basically because Triple H likes big boobs, stuff like that. Like there's all kinds of parts to the story that like knowing it after the fact, you go back and look and it all fits. You're like, oh, that's why this, that's why that. But yeah, and now Triple H is the chief. Is it the chief creative officer? I want to say he's basically like the head of WWE's creative team, though. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Like Triple H is definitely the man in WWE now. Yeah. Yeah, see, like that's supposedly what sent China off the deep end was she found that letter and yeah, he was absolutely screwing around with her. There's no two ways about it. And then what's even more because like they tried to cover that shit up and say, "Oh no, like China and Triple H were already done or whatever." But then you'll hear somebody like Linda McMahon will talk about like the two of them getting together. And like Linda McMahon even said, she was like, I said to Stephanie, like, there's some, what's going on between you and Hunter? And she's just like, nothing, nothing, nothing. She's like, oh no, I can tell there's something between the two of you. Don't let your dad find out. And Vince McMahon figured it out too. So there's no way. There is absolutely zero way that it was just like, oh no, that was just on screen stuff. Like it was behind the scenes too, and everybody could tell except for like, I'm sure if Triple H was sitting there telling China like 110%, no, I'm not doing anything and all this crap. But yeah, that came directly from China. I remember seeing her give an interview somewhere and she was talking about it. Like, yeah, this is the way this actually went down. And it broke my heart and messed me all up. Probably like a celebrity rehab or something. I mean, she did date a guy named The Game, whose title was The Game. What did she think was going to happen? It's like dating a guy named Playa and expecting he's not going to cheat. Yeah, wrestling has some crazy ass stories. Like it used to be, I used to love all the stuff in the ring. As I get older, it's more interesting to me the stuff that's happening behind the ring, but like the road stories, stuff like this. The actual like in ring stories are anymore. They're kind of fucking boring. Kind of boring. Like, but the behind the scenes stuff, some of the stuff like one of my favorites is still like the one guy that everybody says. Well, actually, there's a couple of them. Harley Race is one. Like you didn't mess with them in real life. Like they would kick the shit out of you. Brock Lesnar is one of them. But my favorite is the stories about Haku. Or if you're a WCW fan, then it would be Ming, right? Was his name. A big Samoan dude. And Ming, he was out at a bar. Guy started shit with him. He bit the guy's nose off. Like the tip of his nose, bit it off. I mean, Logan Paul's actually like surprisingly really good in the ring. That doesn't bother me so much. Like if he actually has respect for the business, I'm all right with it. It's the ones that come in and have zero reason to be in that ring, and even worse, zero respect for the business that I can't deal with. Stephen Amell was surprisingly good in the ring. Like he went in, he wrestled because he was friends with Cody Rhodes on Cody Rhodes' first stint in WWE, and he wrestled against him at it might even have been WrestleMania. But Stephen Amell, he did fantastic. Like he was really good. Travis Scott was there, and actually, it was a whole spot with Cody Rhodes. He slapped Cody Rhodes in the ear and busted his eardrum, for example. Like not so good at that point. But Logan Paul, he's actually like he's a great heel because he's an actual asshole, and he's actually really good in the ring. Like you can't take it away. As much as I would like to say, oh yeah, he's just some douchebag with a big mouth. He can back that shit up in the ring. Like he's exciting to watch, surprisingly, and he has respect for the business and the people in the business. So I can deal with it. It's all a male soap opera anyway. The whole Tyson thing. Oh, what the Tyson fight with his brother Jake Paul? Um, I mean, if I'm going to be honest, I don't think it was rigged, but I do think Jake Paul didn't go hardcore on Tyson either. I think when you saw Tyson get tired in that fight, Jake Paul could have taken a lot of shots. It could have landed a shit ton of shots on Mike, and he didn't. I think he just let Mike go through the rounds because it's one of those things. If Mike Tyson's like your hero when you're a kid, like hero when I was a kid, I trained to fight him, and I get through halfway through the second round, and I see him dog tired and know that he can't hurt me, but I can land at will on him. I'm going to keep myself up with the jab and just land and gain points here and there, kind of keep it a little exciting, let him get in on me and like maybe tear it up a little bit. But I know he's gassed. I'm not going to knock Mike Tyson out. I'm not even going to attempt to. It would break my heart. I'd be killing one of my heroes. You know what I mean? Eh, Tyson's old, man. It definitely, no matter how good your cardio is, the whole thing with Tyson is even in his prime, there's a reason why those fights usually ended early. And the ones that went late, he didn't really win. Like maybe here here or there. But Mike Tyson was a fast knockout, short, come out there and just go punishment on somebody fighter. When you're built like that and you can put most people away in like shit the first round in a lot of cases, why why are you trying to go the distance? Like he didn't have a reason to train to go 12 rounds. And I'll tell you now, the older you get, the harder it is. There's a reason why I turned 50 years old and my ass whooping count went from 4 to 3 immediately. Like I got the gas in the tank where I can do it 3 times and I'm done. That fourth one will probably kill me. That's that old Toby Keith song. I ain't as good as I once was, but I'm good once as I ever was. Like, yeah, that's the God honest truth. Like, I'll throw down and I'll give them hell and I'm really going to hurt somebody and I'll do all this stuff. But man, afterwards, I'm just going to sit there and cry into my pillow with my ass promptly pointed up in the air because I'm just beat to shit and have nothing left. Like the tank's empty. Hell, at this point in my life, if I were to get into a fight, and even if I beat the person solid, like just whoop the ever loving God out of them, unless they were real soft and doughy, right? Like if they're soft and doughy, different story because you don't damage your hands as much. And they usually they most people that are doughy have a very low pain threshold for some fucking reason. But um, if it's somebody's like in decent shape and I'm cracking off them with my hands, I'm gonna wake up the next day, even if I never get hit, and just beat their ass, and I'm going to be hurt. My shoulders are gonna hurt. My hands are gonna hurt. The joints in my elbows, everything from the impact are gonna hurt. It depends on how many beers you're at, Bob. Besides that, you're a little shorter, so you can do that thing that the Japanese did in World War II. You come in low with the sun at your back. That's the trick for you, Bob. You just come in low with the sun at your back and just Shanghai them right in the dong. I mean, I can like somebody beats the ever loving tar out of me nowadays. I got like this thing. It's crazy. You get older, and you get wiser. So it's like, yeah, all right, cool. You whooped the shit out of me. Good job, lawyer. Yeah, yeah. I mean, there is definitely one person. I always thought they were just a like kind of a fat headed doof. But then I actually got to see a different angle of a picture of them, and I was like, "Wow, you're a little fat fuck, aren't you?" Like I was actually kind of dead laughing when I saw that because I didn't realize they were little chubbers. It was like, God damn, dude, you better never run your mouth at somebody that's like even half fit because it goes back to that being doughy thing. I'm not a coward. I just never been tested. Oh no, I've been tested quite a bit in my time. But that was a different time too. You know, um, dear Lord, the last time I actually like put hands on somebody, I embarrassed the shit out of them, and that was 9 years ago. Yeah, right around 8, 9 years ago. And I didn't even throw a punch. I just slapped the fuck out of them. Slapped them around. They try to raise a hand. I just catch the hand real quick, knock their hand away, and slap the shit out of them again. And talk shit the whole time I was doing it too. True story. I still, anytime I see that dude walking around, I'm like, "What's up, Slappy?" There you go, Stranded. I like that. That's the way to be. If you can grab like an ashtray and wing it and smack them in the head with it, that works. Like whatever's close that you can get your hands on. Don't even hurt yourself. Getting old sucks. I remember being in my 20s, we beat the ever loving God out of each other, like split eye, split lip, nose like just gushing, bruises all up and down your ribs, maybe a couple of them broken or what have you. I'll get some duct tape and wrap them. I'll be fine. And then, like, 3 days to a week later, you're just like walking around fine. Man, you hit 30 years old. It's right around 30 years old for me anyway. And it was just like, Jesus Christ, everything hurts. Adrenaline helps, but is also one of your greatest enemies. You got to learn to check it, Eugene. I'm just going to tell you that now. You got to learn to check your adrenaline. Your adrenaline can make you do some crazy shit, but when it wears off, it's just like it's like hitting an off switch. You'll just your hands. Somebody's at all good, they'll keep you dancing until that adrenaline wears off and you're done. Like it's over. And nowadays, like, so it's crazy. Today's kids are weird. That's the only way I can describe it. Back in my day, yeah, you had guys who did boxing, and you had like kickboxing, stuff like this. You had, like basically like Roman Greco wrestling and everything. Nowadays, everything's all like mixed martial arts, MMA. So if you see a guy who's kind of in good shape, a lot of times it's like, oh, they're trained in Brazilian Jiu Jitsu and stand up fighting like boxing or Kempo or, like whatever. They'll know like two to three martial arts and all this stuff. And then the opposite side of it is you got these guys that are like, like, oh, I'll kick your ass or whatever, and you hit them once and they're out like a light. Like you can throw a strong breeze their way and they fall over because they've never been in a fight in their life. And you're like, what the? Like it's one or the two, one of the two. It's either they can just completely maul you, or they can't even get their hands up. The weakest guy where I grew up could take an ass beating and give an ass beating, even though they were a complete nerd, right? Nowadays, it's like that complete nerd, like you smack them and they're reaching for an inhaler because they're like, I think you collapsed my chest. I don't understand how that works. Like, how do we've got this generation of guys that are probably more intelligently trained than I ever was and in much better physical, like, doing isometric exercise, all this kind of crap, like actual workout regimes and everything and training. And then you have this whole other set where it's just like they are the softest people on the earth. Like they have the thinnest skin and they can't throw hands at all. Like have never been in a fist fight. Yeah, well, I mean, there's always been the guys with the pew pews too. Although, back when I was younger, it was more knives than it was pew pews. Pew pews didn't come around till like probably like my late teens, where I really started noticing where people would have a pew pew. But up until then, it might be a knife, a baseball bat, a chain, brass knuckles, allegedly, all alleged. Well, that's just it. I mean, so that's the other part of it, right? It is rough duking it out now because somebody has a gun, or they have the pew pew, and I guess we're saying pew pew just to not get us demonetized. That is dangerous, right? But what's even more dangerous is if somebody goes to try and draw out of their holster or their back or whatever, and you trap their hand, break their wrist, and then take their pew pew from them. You want to talk about seeing somebody shit themselves? That may or may not have happened in my lifetime. May or may not have. But yeah, the look of, oh shit. Yep. And then, you know, the dropping of a magazine and the undoing of the, the undoing of the receiver and throwing it one way and then just going, now what? Yep, exactly, Sheree. There was a lot of people that had pew pews and nobody ever really went to them. That was there's 10 guys that are going to kill me and I need to defend myself. That's when a pew pew might come out, right? A very rare occasion. But as stuff went, those and maybe that's why there's so many soft people is like, I'll just get a pew pew and end you. Like, man, get your fucking hands up. The best speech I've ever heard is Friday. Is the Dad and Friday. This is all you need right here. These two hands are all you need. You fight, you win, you lose, but you live to fight another day. Perfectly said. Yeah, but I mean that's just it. Like a trench knife. I've told you guys the story with the bar when I was like 14. Used to carry the big ass Bowie knife in my back. Um, and thank God I never used it because I would have been breaking big rocks to little. I would definitely would have done some time for that one. Um, but like I said, different time. I've always I've always more preferred over guns, knives, and edged weapons. Um, and then practiced so that if somebody's drawing on me, I can get in close and tight and fast, in and out fast, disable them, everything else. And then Jeet Kune Do, yeah, you can still get the books, guys, and look up the technique that Bruce Lee used to teach. It's called The Art of Self Defense. There's like three different books, and it's not hard. It's real not hard. And he explains it. You you know, somebody attacks you, you try to walk away or whatever, but if they actually attack you, nuts, throat, knees, eyes, what weak points on everybody, you take that point, you knock them down and leave them alone. You don't beat them into the earth. You drop them, hurt them so they can't hurt you, and get the fuck out. That's it. That's the key. And Bob, that right there, what you just said, nothing like racking a pump shotgun. That is so a dog growling. They've measured this, and it's like two of the most feared things that will stop a human being dead in their tracks and scare them are a dog growling and a shotgun racking. That that's it. That's all you really need. Oh dear Lord, E-Rock. Yeah, but it's like a large dog growling and a racking shotgun will stop most people dead in their tracks, like scare the shit out of them. My favorite is seeing a guy that's got like real big muscles. I beat the hell out of a couple of them, right? Because the whole thing is you have these guys that'll hit the gym and they're in great physical shape. You just don't let them get a hold of you. If you're faster than them, because it takes a while for them to throw a punch, and usually they telegraph it because if their muscles are too big, you can definitely see that shit coming. You got to be careful for the ones that are you. I mean, you're in danger if they get a hold of you because they're going to overpower you. And I've always been lanky and skinny. Um, I've been wiry my whole life, wiry. Um, but yeah, that punch comes in at you, man. It's like Spider-Man in the old Tobey Maguire movie. Like you see it coming from a mile out. You just don't be there when it gets to where it's supposed to be. Don't try and block it. Just get the fuck out of the way of it. Stranded, you have an awesome night. Thank you for always being here. I'm going to shout you out through the rest of the show because I know you'll listen to this tomorrow and laugh. Shout out to some of the missing, like Rebel. I always shout out to Steve Kerfuffle. Six. Beans actually ain't here. We're going to shout her out too. We're going to give a shout out to Mister, the OGs. I always give them shouts out. Actually, shout out to my new Polish subscriber. Oh, and shout out to Q, my hundredth subscriber. He might be driving the bus right now and a little like too busy to join in on the combo. But shout out to him as well. I mean, I think it's funny because I've told you guys this before. There's definitely been times where I've gotten the teetotal shit beat out of me too, right? Because of my goddamn mouth. There's been fights that I shouldn't have won that I've won, and then there's Fights that I shouldn't have lost that I've lost. But I've always taken a chunk with me. I, I I've always did damage control. My boss told me that one time. He goes, doesn't matter if you win or lose, it's all about damage control. Somebody beats your ass, as long as you broke a rib, blackened their eye, bloodied their nose, whatever, you did some damage. Yeah, it's damage control. You can at least say, hey, I gave it my all, I got my ass kicked, but it's all right. He's like, nah, if you just let them beat the hell out of you, well, then you fail. Jesus Christ, Bob, you got to stop fighting. Yeah, oh man. Jesus Christ, E-Rock. That is a dark fucking story right there. Old buddy went and Kurt Cobained himself. It's fucking awful. All right, let's see. Actually, that came out with a nice leather look to it. I'm digging that. Let's see how these other pieces are looking. All right, yeah, I can dig it. I gotta get the top of his head. Son of a bitch had to have just that little bit on his cowl. Face is going to be the most interesting part, I think, on this one. Actually, maybe going over the skulls. If I do the skulls right, they could be interesting. The head, the face on him should be pretty good. See something. Is that actually his neck or is that a cowl? Ooh, that's actually not his neck. He's actually got leather. Goes all down the side of his head. I thought that was all going to be open skin. So you got the metal line and then everything below it. It's basically black as well. It's just like the cutout of his face. Mm-mm-mm. All right, cool. Which means the interior here is actually black too. I thought this might be like Joker white or something. It's actually a black collar. Just trying to be gentle going in there with it, but I can actually go heavy now. Now that I know what I'm looking at. That's somebody else. Shout out to Devin too. I am making the Batman who laughs. So, and I think I've told this before. The origin of the Batman that laughs. They did a whole bunch of them. The only one that really caught was the Batman who laughs. He became the most popular one. But different universes in the DC universe, like multiverse or whatever, it's actually the negative multiverse where Batman turned evil and they made an amalgamation of Batman and another character. So, like, there's one universe where Batman and the Flash merged together and he's evil. Cyborg and Batman, that was called Murder Machine, actually, was the name of that Batman. and then there's a universe called and the Batman Who Laughs is what he's called. And basically, what it was, the Joker died, but he left like a toxic Joker bomb and hit Batman with it right before he died. And it turned out it wasn't just regular Joker gas, it was actually a virus that Batman didn't detect till it was too late. So it's actually Batman that's Joker. Like he became the Joker. Yeah, shout out to SE Wolverines too. Um, Make sure you guys are checking out his stream whenever he gets one up. I haven't seen him pop one up recently, but yeah, he's a fantastic guy. Shout out to him. Shout out to his channel. Definitely check him out. He's good people. I have not done Batman Who Laughs yet. I did Death of the Family Joker bust is the only Joker I've done where that was actually the Joker from main universe and and went into the new 52. It started off where he had his face removed by a guy named the Doll Maker, and then they hung it on the wall in Gotham PD, and he came back, reclaimed it later on in the series, and like had it strapped to his head and everything else. Yeah, that was actual regular Joker. Yeah, I'm actually using this one for the paint scheme on him. Premium formats. Let's see how much this figure is worth. I'm gonna go to that actual website. I just want to see how much they sell this for. All right, so they are sold out. Doesn't tell me how much they were. I mean, now that's a premium, like no bullshit figure right there. Yeah, there you go. That's what the figure actually looked like. Damn, that artwork on it though. That paint job. I'm probably going to go into the fingers the same way. Looks like they used a red stain. Um, the off-whiting note, like so detailed. Like he's even got the veins in on stuff. I'm looking at like this hand. It's kind of hard to see with the lights reflecting and everything else. Yeah, that's badass. Oh yeah, I'm definitely hitting it. Well, I had said that it's going to be a real boring thing if I just leave it all black like this. But I'm definitely going into. Let me get in there. Come on, camera. Stop focusing on background. Get to the thing in foreground. You can see the little buckles on it. Get it real close so it's the only thing this shit sees. But you can see there's little buckles all along the strap line. I'm gonna have to hit. Jesus. Yeah, same thing for the vest. You got buckles all in there, and buckles on the other side too. It looks like I'm gonna have to hit every last one of those little buckles. So I got the Freddy Krueger is going to get hammered out too. I'll save him probably for the beginning of October. I got to see if I can find a decent sized Jason Voorhees, but he is actually difficult as hell to find for some reason. Michael Myers may be another one. Like I've got my daughter-in-law loves her scary movie shit, right? I still have to do. I did a pyramid head, but I have to do another one because the pyramid head I did for her actually ended up cracking and breaking because when I hollowed it out There was still resin trapped in it, and it's like water being trapped in a rock. Heat and cold, or it just eventually it erodes and cracks. So I have to redo that one, which is going to be a fun one. I I'm gonna have to look, but yeah, there'll be quite a few horror models, quite a few. I want to find a really good print of Creature from the Black Lagoon as well. So yeah, like a Pinhead one is definitely a possibility. If I were to do any of the Cenobites, it would probably be the Chatterer. I would probably go to the Chatterer. He's my favorite out of all the Hellraiser characters. He just like, and the screwed up part is it was like a kid that screwed around with the box. He was like a bully, and he screwed around with the box, and they turned him into that. Although Hellraiser, like, I'm of two minds on Hellraiser as an adult. As a kid, I was like, oh, that's awesome, right? As an adult, I understand. The whole thing is because Clive Barker has a huge, he's a gay man, and he has a huge SDM fetish. So I'm just like a BDSM or whatever fetish. And I'm like, eh. Not exactly my cup of tea. Like, to each their own, it's just not my cup of tea. So it kind of ruined that shit for me a little bit. Yeah, VHS. Yeah, I mean, to me, I like Hellraiser. Actually, I prefer Nightbreed. When it comes to Clive Barker shit, I like Nightbreed. I like the whole idea that, and the one monster actually says it too in Nightbreed. He's just like, it's all true. Oz is over the rainbow. God is an astronaut, and Midian is where the monsters go. The remake wasn't bad. Are you talking about the Hellraiser remake? It wasn't bad. It was interesting because they did it like a monkey's paw story instead of like freaky deaky shit. They did it more like monkey's paw. Like, whatever you wish for, it's going to be the most. Like, you're getting screwed on it. You wish for eternal life, but you're getting eternal pain with it. Things like that. Yeah, VHS, the recorder player, Bob. You gotta love it, like, there's stuff that came out on VHS that they still don't have on DVD. I'm sure of it, guaranteed. Yeah, I liked how they had the jury. Yeah, that was good. Um, I liked the fact that solving the puzzle in the different configurations meant different things. So, like, you solved it this way if you wanted like eternal youth. You solved it this way if you wanted eternal life. You solved it like whatever your wish was, you had to solve the puzzle box in a certain way. Hold on to that sucker, Bob, and make sure it works. Those things, right? If you're to, so true story. I found this old VHS tape that I still had of when we were kids in 1991 partying that I took with my sister's camcorder. And it's on VHS tape. And I'm like, I can get one of these goddamn things probably for like 10, $20, right? Wrong. It was like $200 for a VHS player. I ended up going to a Goodwill and finding one for like, I think it was like $20 or something like that that still worked. But I bought like one for like $5 or $10. It didn't work. I tried repairing it, doing the whole rubber band trick, like replacing it with a rubber band for the drives, and it didn't work. The heads were jacked on it. And I finally found one that worked, and I was able to transfer it using the video capture card directly to my PC. And saving that tape off forever digitally, unless there's an EMP, an electromagnetic pulse that wipes out all electronics. Then I'm screwed. But I preserve that tape, you know. Well, yeah, you know why Goodwill's shutting down, right? So the ones around me used to have all kinds of cool shit, like video games, all kinds of stuff, right? Like old Nintendos and everything. Like you'd be able to find anything at these Goodwills. Now they all went to clothing. And I'm like, why is everything clothing? Well, it's because they moved everything to goodwill.com and they jacked the prices. They basically went on eBay and everywhere else to see what the current price is on shit. And it would be like, oh, I can go in there and get like a Nintendo, an old Nintendo with like 10 games with it for maybe $15, right? Nope. Now you're going to pay like $100 for the Nintendo and about $20 per game, depending on what the game is. Yeah, they got greedy. Now, just the local thrift stores are much better for finding stuff here and there. But every now and again, you'll get something that's like ridiculously priced, and then stuff that isn't overly priced. Like my wife found like these lead crystal things. She's like, yeah, these things sell for like $150 each. What? You paid like 10 cents. She's like, yeah, I know. They don't know what they have. Yeah, exactly. And you know, like the Goodwill, like there was a point in time where they really started to excel because people would donate like clothes from the 70s and then kids would go in there and buy them up. And you know what I mean? Like, oh, this is a brand new wardrobe. Because when the 70s came back into fashion, a lot of kids went back into Goodwill, stuff like that. And it's a shame. To me, that was like an institution where I didn't have a lot of money growing up. I was always poor. Goodwill was definitely like I'd go in there and find games for like, you know, $1 a piece. Yeah, crafters, furniture rehabbers. When it comes to video games, my wife, I told you we have the library right in the house, and the wife goes to the book section in the thrift stores, and we have to get there like when they open because if we get there 20 minutes after they open, half hour after they open, my wife will look at the section and be like, "Yep, the book goblins were here." They went through and grabbed anything and they'll sit there and scan it with their phone and then check and see how much they can resell it for on eBay. She's like, so getting rare stuff is difficult now. Dude, I told you, Bob. Like, you thought I was bullshitting you? No. They like, because the VHS players, like, what's crazy is when I first moved to South Carolina, so we're going back 13 years ago, the local Walmart actually had VHS players for $25, brand new in box, and nobody was buying the goddamn things. Now they're $280. Yeah, it's gotten to a point where it's gotten to a point, like I said, the internet is a blessing and a curse. Blessing and a curse. You can find some really cool, rare shit on the internet. And then you have people that make money off of selling that cool, rare shit on the internet. So they started wiping out, like, oh, you know, if I go to flea markets, somebody's giving this away for $5. I'm gonna sell it for 500 online. And it, you know, completely screw whoever came up with American Pickers as a TV show too, because old cars, shit like that, like people are like, oh, barn finds. Oh yeah, I go to every local barn and ask, you got any old cars in there now? Eugene, I was one of those guys for oh god, what did I have on rotation? Star Wars figures. I knew every Tuesday they got their shipment in of toys, and I would go in there and be like, I got to a point where the people knew what I was looking for, and I would only buy one for my collection. So they would sell it to me. But they're like, yeah, we get guys that come in here and want to buy, like all the rare ones out, and then we have the same figure just lining the whole peg. And it was like, God damn it. And they're like, yeah, come in on Tuesdays. We get the delivery at this time and everything else. So I used to go in, and I got like a full collection of them at one point. I had it. I got rid of it. Yeah, yeah, and then that's the other thing too is now that's one of those big items. I've actually seen YouTube channels with that crap on there. The shoes. Like that's one of those big things. People buying like used shoes and buying them and reselling them like a couple $100. Like what the hell am I looking at? For those worn out, beat up, like stinky fucking things, people are paying that much for them. Like what the? What did I miss out on? Yeah, you're not wrong. Like I don't understand. I was like, damn, I should have held on to my Jordans when I was a kid because shit's through the roof now. Way too much paint. Just need to base coat his face out. Have to go in with a smaller brush too. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna need a smaller brush for this. Where's my old gold brush? Where's old Goldie? She never let me down. I can definitely like hit the hands real quick and get base on there too. I can use the big brush for this. I'm not worried. It's just a base, so it can be white as hell because anything going on top of it's going to blend anyway. Spiked by his extra heads. So many of the damn things. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, my one friend, God rest him, Umar, he was big on shoes. And I was always like, man, why you got so many shoes? He's like, oh, they go with, different outfits require different shoes. I'm like, are you a girl? Like, that's some shit my girlfriend says. Oh, you can't wear those shoes with that outfit. Like, what? The hell are you talking about? Zero fashion sense scam. That's who I am. I have no fashion sense. Clothes make the man. I'm screwed. Yeah, I'm the equivalent of a hobo then. I'll just stick with my cargo pants and my t-shirts. You know, I understand girls need to accessorize their clothes and all that. I just never understood guys needing to do the same thing. It's not my thing. I think if Stranded, shout out to her, were here, she'd agree with me. Like, cause one of those dirty little things I found out about women early on. Y'all don't dress up for us. You dress up for each other. You guys don't. You guys don't like get all hot looking for us. You get it so that whoever whoever the other girls are at the party or whatever you're doing, whatever function you're at, are like, ooh, she looked good and I look like shit. I wear a banana hammock. Jesus Christ. I walk around my banana hammock. I'm just like, how about that heat? I wear the guy thongs. Damn it. This brush is too dry. Gotta air out once in a while. Man, you'll give yourself a jock itch. Keep doing that. Wearing banana hammocks. Crazy man. It's all fun and game until everything gets itchy. Jesus Christ. Yeah, yeah, definitely. I've got some retarded fashion sense, but I'm comfortable. That's all that matters to me. Wear what makes you comfortable. Oh, God. All right. Let's see what kind of gray we're going to get on this bastard. I need something very pale. Possibly slightly blue. And even then, I'm probably going to have to dilute this with water to make it look right. Let me see what I got. Let me see just what natural color looks like on them. That's actually not terrible. Frost gray is not bad. Then I got to did his nails. Yeah, I used to wear boxers a lot. And then I got older and things started to hang down a lot further. So now I wear boxer briefs. There will be no tight ass shit. No tighty whities. Can't do the tighty whities. Can't do the boxers anymore. Getting old does suck. Damn, I swear to God, this poor brush. I think this poor brush has definitely seen a little too much action. It might be time to almost retire it. Damn it. I have to find another go-to brush. You think you got it rough? My daughter stole all my damn socks. All of them. I don't know if this is like female tradition or something. She would go in and just gank every last one of my. I'd be like, how am I out of socks again? Ever since she moved out, I've got like all these extra pairs. I'm like, wait, why'd my socks stop disappearing? Oh, my daughter took them. When she moved out, that was it. Cycle was broken. I don't know if that's a rite of passage or what. And lucky you, Bob. Get that oil change in while it's nice out. Wait a little too long, and yeah, it's no fun. Looking anyway. Let's see. Make sure I'm getting the tint I want out of it. I am. So these hands go together like this. Yep. Cool. I can still see all the lines on the back of the hand too. I'm not a big fan that he didn't leave much space in between the fingers. So when you're painting it, that's just it though. I've noticed this. A lot of times these guys that make the models, they don't intend for you to paint them for some reason. Well, the free ones anyway. Pay ones, they always have like a color palette and all this kind of crap that you can get with them. But the free ones, they just like, here you go, here's the model. Enjoy yourself. Paint it however you want. You make them colors of the rainbow, enjoy yourself. I always got to look up the damn color palette. Well, just look at pictures like I've got on the sides to see what I'm looking at. Tuscaloosa. Is that like Lollapalooza for drunks? Is that like Lollapalooza for Tuscan Raiders? Is that like the Husawachi? The hell are we talking about here, Iraq? Yeah, water's still hot down here, so there's no going into the ocean for old GAM because it's shark weather. I don't feel like being out there and being like, something's got my leg. Dan it, dan it, dan it, dan it, dan it, dan it, dan it. I have to take Bob with me when I go swimming in the ocean down here. I need somebody, he can kick that shark right in the nuts. And that or else maybe just kick it in the nose or whatever deters them. And since my legs are longer, I can take Bob swimming with me too because then Bob, like, he's got shorter legs, so he won't swim as quick, even though he's in the Navy. And I can just like, it's just like in a scary movie. I don't have to run fast. I just have to run faster than the slowest person and I win. I'll get away. Cam skinny dipping with Bob. I don't think Bob would allow that. Bob would be like, Cam, I like you, man, but we don't roll that way. Like, I have to wait till Smurf comes to visit to go skinny dipping with Smurf. Y'all can just stare at my blue balls, okay? You don't like it? Go Smurf yourself. Yep. See, Bob said it. That's a hard no. You better be careful. Bob will come over there, 3 beers deep, and kick you right in the nuts, you rock. Being silly with Bob. Bob will do that oil change, drive right to your house. Just throw a beating on you right through the door. He won't even open the door. He'll just kick right through it. Wata! Yeah, you hand him a beer, you are good. You can't be angry at a man who hands you a beer. Well, I mean, you could, but just the same, kind of rude at that point. You gotta like at least even if you're not going to drink it, accept it. What? Sam Adams filed for bankruptcy? Really? Samuel L. Jackson beer. Bitch. Drink my beer, you'll be fucking fat chicks in no time. You might even want to fight a motherfucker or two. Samuel L. Jackson Ale. That is crazy. I can't believe they filed for bankruptcy. Man, yeah, I don't know. Sam Adams, like, Yeah, yeah, Jaeger. I mean Jaeger. Yinling was always my beer. Like I started off Miller Genuine Draft, and then it became Killian's Red for a little while there, and then Yinling, and I've always been a Yingling guy. Wow, really? That's crazy. I can't believe they're going out of business. Yeah, well, they should have gotten Dylan Mulvaney as their spokesperson, and then they never would have gone out of business. MGD. When we were kids, we didn't give a hell. We didn't give a good goddamn on what beer we got our hands on. We were like 16, 17. We just didn't care. Yeah. The only beer we would always pass on was Natty Light or Pabst Blue Ribbon. A lot of times that was more for you would cook a steak with it, like pour it on the steak while you're cooking or whatever. That was we never. Those are the two beers, Natty Light and Pabst Blue Ribbon. It was like oh, and then there was the beer that people would get at the PX. Like we had a couple people that were in the military that would hang out with us when I got older, and they would show up with beer that just said beer on the side of it. Like it was like a white can, and written in black on it, it would say beer. You did liquor coolers, nice. I used to do a lot of liquor too. Um, shit. Yeah, it's crazy, E-Rock, because my pipe tobacco, Sutliff pipe tobacco, they got bought out by a company in actually England, and my t- they they had like 40 different flavors of pipe tobacco, Sutliff, and they sold out to this other company. They shut down their American um, manufacturing plants or whatever. They didn't even sell off the machinery. They destroyed it because it would have cost them more to ship it if they sold it. And they knocked it down to like three flavors. I think it's like creme brulee, uh, vanilla custard, and I can't remember what the other one was. But I actually ended up buying like 2 pounds of strawberry tobacco before they went under. I got a whole bunch of it jarred up. Miller High Life, yeah, we Miller High Life to us was like yeah, no, that's too fancy. Miller Genuine Draft, MGD. Yeah, people have stopped drinking. Um, well, drinking like that. Hell, I remember. Well, granted, where I'm at in South Carolina or whatever, the main two beers we would sell were Modelo and oh god, what's the other one? Mexican beer, Corona, right? And it used to be we would sell out through a pallet of Corona and then half a pallet of Modelo, and then it reversed because Corona started to go up in price and the Modelo stayed the same, and everybody would come and buy the Modelo. Well, yeah, in craft beers, a lot of them probably should go out of business. Um, One I can recommend though, and as long as you're of legal drinking age, GAM recommends checking out it's a hard cider, right? But it's called Angry Orchard. They make some really good flavors, and my favorite was always they had a cinnamon one. It's like apple cinnamon. Shit was so good. Thank you, Sheree. Thank you. Yeah, that warning, you must be 21 years or older to consume alcohol. But if you do, and you're 21 years or older, definitely check out Angry Orchard. They make some pretty tasty stuff. If you can't have a lot of sugar, then yeah, vodka. Vodka is king for low sugar, like not heavy sugar. Stay away from rum, whiskey, um, stuff like that. They will just damage you. St. Ides we never liked. Yeah, we always stayed away from St. Ides. Coors was another one. Coors Light. The only thing I had one buddy. His name was Little Bobby, and no, not you, Bob MIT, Chesapeake Bob, not you, buddy. We know you drink the good stuff, right? But I had this one dude. His name was Little Bobby, and anytime he had a drug test, and this motherfucker never got popped, and he used to smoke weed till the day of the drug test or day before the drug test, right? And he swore this worked. I never tried it myself, but he passed every drug test I ever saw him take for whatever job. He would buy a 30 pack of Coors Light and just pound them one after the other, after the other, after the other. He's like, dude, you piss so much, you just piss it all out of your system. He's like, you'll pop clean every time. He swore by it. And he always put his money where his mouth was. Like he popped clean on every test for weed that he ever took. E and J, yeah. Um, oh, yeah. Like I said. I mean, back in the day, it was bad where I couldn't drink them because if so, I probably would have been an alcoholic. But the Bartles and James wine coolers were amazing way back when. I don't even think they make them anymore. I think they make Seagram's wine coolers still, but I don't think they make Bartles and James. But I mean, my big thing was working in the bar, knowing the bartender, and he was a good friend. He would teach us different drinks, like I think I told you guys. And again, 21 years or older, guys. But drink called the Vampire. It was vodka, Chambord, and cranberry, and it goes over ice. You shake it like twice, get it nice and chill. It goes into like one of those big fat shot glasses. Those things were amazing. Very nice, Bob. Very cool. I think I've told you guys about a cement mixer. If anybody ever offers you a cement mixer, politely decline it immediately. You will vomit. Dude, Southern Comfort, my one buddy Rich, that was his go to. And he would funnel SoCo like I would funnel Jack Daniels. Still blue laws down here, Bob. In certain parts of South Carolina, there's absolutely blue laws. No alcohol on Sunday. And it's funny because it'll be one county and you just drive over to the next county. Yeah, South Carolina still has a lot of old school stuff like that intact. that's just a step. I'm like looking at the color scheme on this metal for the Joker. Let me see. And it's I want to try this and just see how it looks. Doubt I'm going with it, but damn it, I'll just get a little spilled out. So I want to see how this looks versus going full on silver with it. Looks like this is more the color. One of his. No, it's not. It's not enough of a noticeable difference, I don't think. I'm gonna have to go to darker silver, I think. Let me really hammer this thing. Hammer the hell out of it real quick. See what it looks like. Oh yeah, you can't even notice. That's like a shade up from the black. The camera's actually picking it up better than it looks in real life. I mean, it's not terrible. All right, let me see what the silver looks like. This is the silver anniversary, yeah. See if the silver pops better. I'll let you guys decide. Might have to mix the two of them together, to be honest with you. That silver is runny. Have to be careful. All right, we got that side with the silver, that side with the gunmetal gray. Kind of digging the silver, even though it is a little bit too vibrant, in my opinion. I think it stands out better. I think the gunmetal gray, like it's painted right in here. Bring it up. Mount as in, I'm thinking the silver. Silver definitely gives it that pop. What do you mean by a mount? Like a little like stick thing that I can glue them to and all that stuff? So I can just like handle it and not hit my hands. Because I have definitely experimented with one. And yeah, the problem is my hand's super shaky. Yep, modeling mount. Yeah, exactly. You have the kind that look like roach clips, and then you have the kind that like you basically like you would do like we'll say it's like this popsicle stick, but you go like this, and then you can hold on to the bottom here and spin the model with it. So you're holding it out with one hand instead of being in real tight on it. I I was using actually poster tack like that, so you don't put tack holes in your wall. I was using that along with pill bottles actually, and I did not like the way it felt in my hand. I think my wife got me one that's actually like a pro one. I just couldn't adapt to it. I don't know. It didn't feel right. Like, I don't mind getting my hands dirty either, so maybe that's part of it. I've gotten used to paint flow on my hands. Yep, shaking hands. I mean, I do have something. It's it's got like a magnifying glass on it. It's called Helping Hands. That's more for when I do electronics and need to do soldering. It's got like a pair of roach clips and then a magnifying glass in the middle of it. I can probably dig it out here in a minute. But I use that thing rare occasion. It doesn't feel right. Plus, if I'm being quite honest about it, it forces me to strengthen my not shake, like forcing myself not to shake for a second when I hit a line. Yeah, I can solder too. I can't weld, but I can solder. I can solder like a mug. Like, I used to do it all the time when I was a kid. Nowadays, you just dispose of everything. There's no point in unless you're going to build like an EEPROM eraser or something. I mean, it's a shame. That's one of the reasons Radio Shack went out of business is because they had all those little electronic parts, but everything became disposable. So it's like, oh yeah, I can pay $75 to have you fix this and repair it, and for the parts cost and everything, or I can just spend $50 and buy a whole damn new one. Yeah, the modern Xbox or a PlayStation. Yeah, absolutely. Get those get those aftermarket chips that let you play the Japanese games and shit. Yep. Or so this way you got past the copyright protection on the bottom of a PlayStation game. Yeah, you used to have to do a chip in there. Yep. Yeah, actually soldered not long ago. Something had broken. I can't remember what it was, but like a little wire. I know what it was. It was actually my Xbox controller. I'd taken it apart to fix a button and knock one of the wires for the Rumble free. And it's like a piece of hair. Like, it's so thin, you got to be real gentle. I didn't realize it when I pulled the thing apart. Just tore the wire right out. Oh God, this is going to be fun. Yeah, I definitely went in a little heavy-handed there. I'm gonna have to get in there with a little bit of black and fix that. I still got to do his teeth, his smile, all that stuff. Now for all the damn little belt buckles. This is going to be the interesting part where I screw everything up. Just saying. Yeah, well, that's because the cars were afraid to hit you, Bob. You kick them square, they'd be puking oil all over the place. Bob walking around. I don't mess with you, Bob. I like my testicles right where they're at. with the white, you son of a bitch. Of course, I got a little off target on that last pass. Yeah, I jacked mine up. Guy hit me going the wrong way up on one way, head on at 65 miles. He was doing 65. I was doing like 30 because I was trying to brake and get out of the way. And he was trying to run over a bridge to get across to Pennsylvania where he thought he could be home free. Little did he know there was a police officer right behind me. Screwed me for the rest of my life. Yeah, you know something, Bob? What's the deal with that? So Stranded was saying the same thing. Like they want to send him to Uganda because apparently, I guess, whatever it is doesn't want him back. Like the Venezuela or wherever the hell he's from doesn't, or El Salvador, whatever the hell country he came from, doesn't want him. Yeah, Stranded was just saying something about it. Shout out to Stranded for breaking news. Oh, I had to crack my damn shoulders on that one. Damn it. This is definitely going to be a battle of wills with my brain in my hand. Actually, shout out to Beans, too. I'm shocked she's not here yet. She's normally in here by now. Probably working. Mm-hmm. Jesus Christ. Those little buckles are going to be the death of me. On camera, you can at least focus in on them so they can see them. Jesus. Yeah, Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturday, or Sundays. Pretty soon, it's just going to be tuned into GAM all fucking week long. Because, well, actually, that shit doesn't go live till 4 a.m. So I may or may not be up for it. But Helldivers is releasing real soon here. And it comes out at 4 a.m. Eastern Standard. So I will definitely be jamming that on Tuesday. Which is good because I need something to play. Need something fresh to play. Bum Simulator was kind of fun. Helldivers 2 is coming. So I did cover the fact, like the Gray Man and the Pekingese and all that, right? That was the Omen part of the title tonight. The other part of the title was dreams, right? I had the weirdest fucking dream yesterday. I dreamt it was my buddy Twisted, his wife Tink, and their fat ass brother John. Well, Tink's brother-in-law, but Twisted's brother Johnny. And he had signed us up for this, like, it was almost like an escape room, right? But it was all these different puzzles that we had to solve and shit. It was weird. Buckles on that hand kind of suck. They're not very well defined because of how they run together. I gotta like hit black in the center of them real quick. And yeah, so like, and I said to Twisted, I'm like, why the hell did you bring me along with you? He's like, cause you always strategize, bud. You're always coming up with strategies for us. So I figured you could, if any of us going to think our way out of it. But yeah, it was like part of it was like an obstacle course. Some of it was like I said, real brain teasers to get out of these weird rooms. Like it was fucking weird. Just a very odd dream. Cleaned it and then hit the silver immediately again. Yeah, one buckle right there in the middle is deformed, so it's catching funny on it. Corn documentaries, huh? Dear Lord, fucking corn. Oh, I'll never forget when Follow the Lead. I think it was Follow the Leader had come out. Man, I must have heard that album like 300, 400 times. I swear to God, like the full album. The guys I was hanging out with at the time, that's all they played was Corn, Limp Biscuit, all that kind of shit. Like it was what it was significant other and follow the leader, right? I think that's those were the two albums. always liked the Children of the Corn featuring Ice Cube. It was always a fun song. Oh, bitch. God damn it. Yeah, I never was a big Slipknot guy. I never got into Slipknot all that hardcore. They had some good songs. Don't get that wrong ever. But I just never really got into them. Then again, I was weird because in like that time, I was probably listening to something like we'd be jamming out to like old Zeppelin or something, that sort of thing. But some of the newer stuff we definitely avoided. Damn, a little too heavy-handed with the black there. Gotta tighten up all that metal. Kind of makes me wish that I did do the print at like 100% or whatever. Probably would have been easier to paint. Oh, Boston was amazing. Their first album is just unbelievable. Zeppelin 4 is probably their that's the one that everybody knows at least one song off that album. David Bowie. Never a huge Bowie guy either. Now I think back. He had great music, but he was definitely never like my favorite. Hey Sheree, what was your favorite like music genre and all that when you were younger? Not like Sheree's old. She's only 26. I hope you guys know that. She's like a youngin'. Yeah, when you're a kid, you don't care. She said R&B. Sheree was more of a like Marvin Gaye, let's get it on kind of girl. Yeah, that's actually pretty awesome playlist though. Jodeci to Alanis Morissette to Bob Seger. Like what Bob Seger song? Like I could just see Sheree driving in the car, back in the day, going, "Isn't it ironic? Don't you think? Just a little too ironic. I really do think." What's up, Mister? Oh yeah, there was no way back in the day when that album dropped, there was not a girl that didn't listen to it. The other song I heard about a bajillion and one times, hanging out in a bowling alley playing pool. Every girl used to play "Damn, I Wish I Was Your Lover," and then Meredith Brooks' "Bitch," um, Natalie Ambrosia "Torn," Imbruglia, whatever the fuck chick's name is. You know what I'm talking about? That song "Torn." And then Atlantis Morissette, they would play the whole fucking album. Well, that's because it wasn't just Gwen Stefani back then either. It was No Doubt. And as a matter of fact, my one buddy had a huge thing for her when they first hit the scene. We saw the video, like Tragic Kingdom days for No Doubt. He'd be like, "Oh my god, that No Doubt girl!" Like, didn't even know her name. He just called her the No Doubt girl. I was like, well, Alice in Chains was definitely one. My god, we used to train our asses off to Alice in Chains playing in the background. Them Bones, Wood, Rooster, and then like the newer tracks like off the Alice in Chains. We used to call it the tripod album with the dog with three legs on it. So yeah, I saw Gwen Stefani in concert. We walked out, but the opening act for them was the Black Eyed Peas, and they were amazing. Black Eyed Peas killed it, and then Gwen Stefani came out, and it was during like the whole Hollaback Girl stuff, and like yeah, we walked out. Everybody was like, "Do just a girl do this?" And it was all like, "No, she can't because that's her old shit." Mister's right. That is the actual name of that damn song too. It's "Let's Get Retarded." I don't know about this "Let's Get It Started" in here. Let's get it started. No, 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 no. It's "Let's Get Retarded." Let's get retarded in here. I saw Goo Goo Dolls live. I saw Goo Goo Dolls live. Um, they opened. Let's see, which is gonna. But granted, now I always took girls to the concert with me. Too. Well, most times I took girls to the concert unless I was seeing something like Page and Plan or something. But saw the Goo Goo Dolls, um, Counting Crows twice, John Mayer. Um, God damn it, I can't remember the other band. It's like, yeah, if you listen to this, you're kind of gay, right? But they were really good. Like Goo Goo Dolls were phenomenal. Yeah, where I was at, nobody listened to Where Have All the Cowboys Gone? Like that song was not on the jukebox, but damn, I wish I was your lover was one of them that always came up. Like I said, Meredith Brooks, bitch. Every girl, like I mean, they'd be out there bowling and shit, and they were singing it while it was on the jukebox playing. I do not know why Counting Crows is not around. I mean, I know Adam Derwitz was with Jennifer Aniston for a while there, and that's the whole Long December song. It was all about her, like ditching him. Oh, I could believe that. He when they did Mr. Jones, I was actually a little pissed about it, but he was like real loud, like I don't want to be Bob Dylan instead of I want to be Bob Dylan. He was like I don't want to be Bob Dylan. Jesus Christ, Heckle and Jekyll. Very nice, Mister. Very nice. Like whole new level of piece of shit, dude. 9 Inch Nails must have been really good. Um, yeah, the last concert I was, the last thing I was supposed to see in concert and didn't was George Carlin. He was scheduled for Atlantic City. We got tickets, and he passed away before we got to see him. Soundgarden was another one I never got to see in concert. Stone Temple Pilots I never saw in concert. Rob Zombie, well, actually White Zombie I saw in concert. Um, yeah, Jewel, Who Will Save Your Soul? That one played a lot too. Yeah, you're not wrong. Sarah McLaughlin, not many people played that. Like it was on the radio a lot, but like people actually paying to play it on a jukebox. Not many people played Sarah McLaughlin. I never saw Coldplay either. That's the one that guarantees you're gay. Yeah, Goo Goo Dolls, John Mayer, and Counting Crows. It was Counting Crows and John Mayer at one concert, and then Counting Crows and I can't remember who the opener was. Saw Aerosmith. Jackal opened for Aerosmith. That was actually a really good concert. That was the Eat the Rich tour. Saw Billy Joel in concert. That was pretty badass. It's actually one of my favorite. That Tom Petty were both great concerts. Jewel was a real gem. She's still all over the headlines, and I can't remember why. I can't remember. She's like a politician now or something. I can't remember. She is. Yeah, Bob, you went to Boston, didn't you? I think that was you had said that before at one point that the one band you saw in concert was actually Boston. That'd have been a badass concert to see. Kid Rock, I was like fifth row at, and that was when he was dating. God, what's her name? Pam Anderson. She actually walked down the aisle. We could have reached out and touched her. She was flanked by security though. Probably not a good idea to try and reach out and touch somebody at that point. Um, Metallica, yeah, because Philly won a free concert for that. It was a whole big mess. I've been to Grateful Dead shows, but never been inside. Cheryl Crow, her debut album was fucking amazing. And then after that, the only song that I ever liked by her was "Soak Up the Sun." I never saw her in concert, but yeah, I always liked Cheryl Crow. Like I liked her debut. Yeah, oh, you know what? Now that I think about it, that's another one that was always played on the jukebox when it came out. Was "All I Want to Do." All I want to do is have some fun. Like you put that shit on, every girl singing it. It's a good call on that one, Sheree. Silicon Valley. Very nice, mister. Very well played, sir. Very well played. Very well played, brother. I like that one. That's actually like that got me to snicker. That's a good one. Silicon Valley. I thought you were gonna say something like, Tommy's Target or something. Tommy's Spillway or something like that. That buckle is blown out too. Shit. Hitting all these little buckles is brutal. Styx would have been an amazing concert to see, I'll bet. I've never seen Styx. The jig is up, the news is out, they finally found me. The renegade who had it made, retrieve for a bounty. Kansas would have been another cool one to see. Like between Dust in the Wind and Carry On My Wayward Son, especially. 'I will tell you one of the worst things I've ever seen in concert because I saw them on tour for their debut album, and then yeah, I was good on that. Was Candlebox. We had a buddy of mine scored tickets to it. We went, and yeah, definitely a studio band. Say that much about them. Like they sound good in the studio. That's about it. Jesus, they were terrible in concert. Guns N' Roses was another one I've seen. 45 minutes late on stage. Van Halen. Oh, trying to think what else. I like that was one of the benefits of growing up just outside Philly. 'Oh my God, Tony has done it again. Poison, poison. Low class hoe should be cut like an afro. Wait, was that Tony Tone? No, that's Bell Bib DeVoe. Tony Tone. Wasn't that It Feels Good? Isn't that their song? Feels good. One concert I was invited to and didn't go to was Kiss. Probably should have gone to see them. David Mon went and saw them not long ago too. He sent me video and everything. Poor David. David grew up in the wrong era. He loves all like 70s, 80s music. And it's like they're all the bands are like dead. You'll never see them. Dude, Janet Jackson back in the day was fucking unbelievably hot. Was it like Sheree, was that like Rhythm Nation tour? Like those days? Yeah, Gene Simmons seems like he'd be a pretty cool guy in like real life. He's actually very smart and everything else. Still mad at him for marrying what's her name? Shannon Tweed. Yeah, let's get a little blood on these fingers. After Rhythm Nation. What was the album after Rhythm Nation? Wasn't it just Janet at that point? I think it was just Janet. I can't remember. Sucks getting old. The nip slip. The Super Bowl oopsie. It was definitely something. She didn't have like a piercing either. She had like a cowbell hanging from that sucker. It was ridiculous. Wasn't some like little cute thing. It was like, holy shit, is that a medieval torture device you got on there? What is the deal with this? Her and Justin Timberlake. That was definitely a halftime show for the world. And that shit was, I don't think that was like a wardrobe malfunction either. I think that was purposefully done. Yeah, you know what, mister? You're not wrong. Like that controversy lasted what, like a week, maybe two? I mean, we're talking national television, millions of people watching. There's a reason why they sell those Super Bowl ads so high, you know? And got to see a fully. It was definitely one of those. I was happy to be watching the Super Bowl at that time. In halftime shows, though, they're either great or they're just outright like, what the hell did I just watch? It's never an in between. Like, it was okay. It's always like, yeah, that sucked or it was amazing. It happened to be a year where it was kind of amazing. I, I honestly, I don't. I have not watched the Super Bowl in many years. He gets all amped about stuff. Oh, that's my team. That's the only thing I know is if it's going to be the Philadelphia Eagles in the Super Bowl, whether they win or lose, there's going to be a riot in Philly later. Same thing for the Phillies in the World Series, the Flyers in the Stanley Cup. Win, lose, that city riots for everything. Yeah, at least they don't burn down houses and stuff. They'll grease like the street lamps and stuff, and people will still climb them. Mister, was it really 21 years ago? That is insane. That's just nuts. I've definitely gotten old. There's going to come a time where I say something like it was yesterday, and it'll be like, oh yeah, remember 10 years ago when GAM started streaming? Like, wait, that was 10 years ago? Fuck. We're coming up on 1 year, right, Sheree? Well, Sheree figured out the date. She says it's August 30th was my 1 year, like when I started streaming. God damn. Mister, you've been putting up with my shit for over a year now, buddy. Sorry about that. You've been watching me paint my dolls for almost a year now. Thank you. So, Sheree. Although I am happy, like I said, I'll never not be thankful for the people we have picked up along the way. We really did pick up some good people. And I can actually say that I've got an amazing community. Everybody's got like some kind of talent. Mister can crack a pun faster than any dad on the block, and he doesn't even have kids. Bob can handle all the drinking for us, telling us some good old tales from yesteryear. Just have fun. E-Rock's the only one I know that if I say "Take me home," we'll just follow through on it. I appreciate that, mister. And I'm happy to have you here. And if you are a Fed, hopefully you're going into the office and saying, hey, you guys got to see this asshole. I hope you're doing that for me. Just as long as it's the FBI and not Mossad, I'm all right. We're in business. It's Mossad, I'm kind of in trouble. Let's see what we got. I think that works. Yeah, the blood out on the hands. Nice. All right. Let's look at this face. I gotta hit the fucking teeth. But I definitely want to hit this grin real quick while I got the red wet. That's what she said. Yeah, little face. Creepy little fucker. Mister, that is fucking one of your best ones right there, bro. You can't make me laugh like that. I'm a lifelong smoker. You're trying to kill me. I didn't they pull like didn't the last person on an iron lung didn't they just pass away not long ago? If I can make it through like 10 more years, mister, I'll be able to print 3D print my own lung. Like I'll just have it ready for replacement. Oh, hitting his teeth is gonna suck. At least the smile's knocked out. Was he in a Gata Davida, mister? In the Garden of Eden, baby. Oh, no, wait, that's not the words. It's in a Gata Davida, baby. You know that I'll always love you. Ooh, I messed up. Shit, that's dry now. Let's pull a little bit more out for the good guys. without those little corners. Like his face didn't look like it was the right shape for a minute there. I'm like, what is going on with this? I missed the outcropping on the corners of it. Yeah, well, actually, you, as terrible as this is going to sound, and as cartoonish as Minecraft is, Mister, there's people that have built working PCs out of the red block material in there because it teaches you how to lay out electrical line, and then you can use delays in the electrical charges. People have built like legitimate like calculators and everything on Minecraft. Like they're massive, but they've actually built the whole circuit board out and everything for them. And you're not wrong there, mister. There's some things that don't cost a dime, but are more valuable than anything else. Well, yeah, everything is in moderation, mister, and that's why we have the greatest mods on these interwebs. Her name's Sheree, and she makes sure we keep everything in moderation. Like my F bombs have come down quite a great deal since the beginning of my streaming lifetime. Um, most of my harsher language is getting softened. Six! Shouted you out earlier, brother. Good to have you back. Good to see you. Sure, Ray ain't from around the way. She's here to stay. Oh. Yeah, I still swear I think Sheree is the one person that if anybody messes with, everybody will lose their shit. Sheree, you throwing out some LL Cool J shit on me? You know what sucks, Six? I did that. I did that intro video, and I gave you a shout out in Discord the other day, and because I was tightening it up, and Eugene did Smurfs theme song for me. Shout out to Eugene for that. Um, and I was gonna see if you wanted to do the drum part because like it basically like the record scratches, and then there's a drum roll. And I was gonna have you do that and send me the drum roll so I could include you in there. You know, like advertise your channel too. But you weren't around. Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years. I'm gonna knock you out. Huh? Mama said knock you out. Huh? Wait, are you gonna kidnap Meddy while you're there, or is she gonna kidnap you? Is it going to be a snatch and grab, mister? Do we need to like send security for you? Either way, brother, fly safe. Thank you for dropping in. We appreciate the hell out of you, mister. I don't even know if Medi's a real person. I think it might have been a fat dude that was just pretending to be a girl on the internet. Just saying. Uh, I said something close to that, mister. I said snatch and grab. Maybe you, but you can do the other too, especially if it's Maddie. She seems like she'd be up for it. Nah, it would have been funny six because it would have been like drum roll by six. Like that whole intro was just, it was supposed to be funny and catch Smurf off guard, and it did. Like it landed perfect. And like the shittiest part was, we didn't realize that you couldn't hear Smurf when I played it the first time. And I made him mute his mic and everything. He came off a mute, and I mean, he was howling, laughing. Like I think he said, I have tears rolling down my cheeks right now, laughing so hard. Fly safe, mister. Thank you again, brother. Always appreciate you. You're often imitated, never duplicated. Give it up for Mister Everybody. Like I said, often imitated, never duplicated. Kind of like a snowflake or a herpesore. Um, they're all one of a kind. I gotta do the skulls. Actually, I could probably glue like everything else together, huh? I got the face. Oh no, I gotta do the fucking teeth. Almost botched them. God damn it. I know what it was. Shout out to Stranded. Um, because if she was in the chat, I would have yelled to her, "What color did I use for teeth last time that were kind of grimy?" But fortunately, I remember now. It's this hazy moon. Mista, Mista. Some of your little bum fuzzles there, buddy. Hit him again, this time with some stank on it. I need. I don't want to go crazy ass. Yeah. I need like a. Oh, shit. There it is. Now the summonings for beans. She's gonna pop in here with a cup of coffee for everybody. Hey, she shouted out the show last night on ABL too. Thanks. Shout out to Beans for that one. But yeah, I figured she'd be in here like quick as shit too. Tight on these fucking gums is gonna be a bitch. Bitch, getting in on these gums. Get it back into the blood red. Holy frijoles! So I come to America. I go over. I go to California. I get my license. I come out. I go out to the East Coast. I go driving around DC. Next thing I know, I'm back on this plane and headed back to Mexico. Why you trick me do these things? Yeah, that is one of those something that has come up. There's actually two things now. God damn, news stories are coming in like into my brain here and there. See if you guys have heard either of these. One, apparently Trump is getting ready to go fight the cartels with our military, and Mexico may not want them there. Wouldn't that be like an undeclared war or a quote unquote military operation? And then the other thing I heard is that apparently they planned on dropping the National Guard in Chicago for the past month. Like they've been planning for it. There's too many of them to hit with just drones. You would actually need troops on the ground. One of the big problems with Mexico is that the cartels are entwined with their government in certain parts, in certain locales. Yeah, I was just curious if you guys had heard anything that I haven't heard about those two stories. I heard DC was basically to get see if they could get the results they wanted. Yeah, I mean, I'm in agreement with you. Again, I'm not all about policing the world. I think it's terrible and tragic what happens in other countries, but at the same point in time, yeah, just deal with our shit, please. How's that look, guys? How's that for a Joker smile? If I can actually get the camera to focus on Joker, not my hand. Red, like interior lining on it, brighter red. My guns are built for killing and killing. Check out these muscles. Oh, let's see how he looks in the. That's the real test. It's pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. I think I need to get a little bit more red on that lower. It's a little faded. Must not have hit it deep enough. There we go. Oh, dear Lord. So, how was your little vacation there, Six? Been a minute. Been a minute. Cool. I can dig it. All right. Let's put the main puzzle pieces together. God damn it. Fucking artifact. Look at that shit. Found it in the skull. Hopefully this one doesn't get bum puzzled. Still got to do the base, but he's done. Yeah, we're after midnight. Gonna let it all hang out. After midnight, we gonna play some tambourine. Oh shit. God damn it. Mother trucker. I didn't look well enough, apparently. Let's put that away. He's got fucking back buckles. I didn't even realize. Son of a bitch. not to blow this out. God damn it. I didn't even notice. I should have looked too. Should have looked for those straps where they ended on the back. And just assumed that they wouldn't be there. Of course, I'm going to have to do a little black in there for the blowouts. God damn it. I mean, the good news is that, I can tell you the glue's holding by the angle I'm having to paint this at. Bad news is the angle I'm painting at is making the painting harder and sloppier. Especially that line. Jesus. Oh, Jesus. I will argue pizza till the day I die. New York, New Jersey, Philly. But then again, I think it really depends on where you grew up at. Because I've heard people scream about Chicago too for pizza. I mean, word on the streets, the best thing out of the area around Detroit that comes out of there are drummers. That's what I've heard. I don't know. Is that true? Does anybody know? You like Chicago thin crust? Yeah, it's thin crust, Jersey and Philly and New York style. They're slightly different, but they're thin crust. Like they can do deep dish and all that, but it's not as good. I don't know. The one thing I cannot find down here, I used to get all the time up north, was pizza turnovers. They were always like my favorite when I was a kid. Oh, there we go. Fixed the little blowouts. Actually, I'm gonna say piece of paper towel hanging off. Need to go into this cave a little bit more too. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know at least one great drummer out of that area. All right, let's get a head in there. That's what she said. Let's get a little head in there, and let's get some arms in there. These arms were pretty snug, if I remember. I might not even needed to glue them, but I'm going to anyway. This is definitely like one of the kind of things Six likes, guaranteed. And last but not least, the head. Let's go ahead. Nasty looking. Oh wow. Yeah, I do not. I dislike heights, but not that much. I think we are looking pretty badass on them. What do you guys think? Creepy. All right, main figure's done. Just got to work on this. About 5 bajillion little fucking skulls. I think I'm gonna cheat. Let's go setting you aside. Gentle as hell with that figure. Yeah, I mean, thank you, Sheree. The unfortunate part is that his main outfit's all black, so it's like shiny black, shiny black, shiny black. You know, um, I like doing them where they have like a little bit more pizzazz to the outfit. But this is going to be the part that kills me. This right here is going to be, well, maybe not. Maybe I can cheat it. I'm going to try anyway. Straight from the wife's makeup drawer. I'm just kidding. My wife doesn't whore her face like that. All right, let's start off white base. See where we go with this. I'm actually going to use paper towel to get it. I might actually be able to knock this out fast. No, I'm not leaving them straight white either, guys. Just want to get as much highlight in there as I can. Yeah, that's a little too much. I can't pull that crap out of there. I mean, I could leave it like that, but I'm happy you're still here though, Bob. Keep going, brother. Keep fighting. If I gotta deal with like the bullshit that's going on in this world, man, I could definitely use some good people by my side. Always happy you're here, and that goes for all you guys. One of the ones that I'm super happy is still here. Always been by my side, and I'm ride or die. That's Rick James. Oh wait, no. It's only because Rick James is my guy too. But Sheree. I love all my listeners and everything else. Sheree, thank you for riding with me. Always great to have you on Shotgun. Get them damn smudges out of there. White, yellow. Not like, I am blessed all around. I got great people. Great people behind me. Great people watching me. Everybody can have fun, joke, enjoy life for a minute. A little bit of this. Let's see if that's going to make the skull enhance it at all. More than that on it. Shit. Darker than this. And there's supposed to be a point in the show besides shouting out Stranded. I'm supposed to say, shout out to all mods for keeping the trolls in check. Oh, wait, I only got one fucking mod that does anything. God damn it. Well, shout out to all y'all anyway. Awesome, Eugene. That's excellent. Got to keep shouting you out, dude. We're going to get you bigger than me soon. It ain't like I'm big at all. Like, I got the tiny channel, but I am happy with my tiny channel. I take quality over quantity any day of the week. And the quality will come through eventually. I mean, the quality will come through. The quantity will come through eventually. All right. Now, here's the issue. Oh, do I do it? Do I not do it? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Yeah, I mean, so I had this discussion with Smurf offline after we got done the stream. We talk for like Smurf and I are our friends, right? Even when I piss him off and everything. Like I think we were even discussing this on Friday's stream that he can kick me back in line. Um, I told him I was like, yeah, we're moving from Friday to Wednesdays. Do not expect to get the viewership that we normally get. And he's like, what do you mean? I said, well, we'll get like 140 views, 160. Like one time we had 28 people watching, 260 something views. Right? I'm like, don't expect that on a Wednesday night. People got to get up for work. We play till like 4 in the morning. I was like, how that like we got shout out to my latest sub, number 104. He's a Polish gentleman, and he's actually over in Poland. And like for him or David Mon or something, it'll be like kind of early morning for him when we're playing till like 1 or 2, right? But everybody else, it's like it's brutal because it's going to be on a Wednesday. You guys are already going to be watching ABL more than likely. Like a lot of people are going to be watching ABL, not everybody, but a good chunk of you'll be watching ABL. Sheree will be in ABL. I'm like, we're going to be, it's going to kill viewership, but maybe we can pick it up later in the day from a foreign audience because a lot of people have to get up and go to work. So I'm not expecting like huge turnout on when Smurf and I moved to Wednesdays, and Mondays even worse. Tuesdays are pretty bad, but Wednesday it's like you're right there in the middle of the week, and there's other people streaming. Like in a way, I almost said Tuesday instead of Wednesday, simply because ABL runs on Wednesday, and I don't want to be that asshole that tries to counter stream ABL. You know what I mean? Like, oh, well, I can watch GAM or I can watch ABL. Like, that's a dickhead move. You deserve to lose viewership and have like a shit stream because of it. But fuck it, I got to do what I got to do, and God bless Smurf because he does like he brings something to the show. Like he does, he brings something to the stream every time. And he's getting more comfortable with streaming, so I would not be shocked if Smurf starts streaming on his own eventually. I'll support the shit out of him. I mean, we'll see what Helldivers does, but like I told Smurf, I was like, look at Aviotic Factor. You had me, you, and David doing it, but we did it on a Wednesday. And look at the turnaround versus us playing Valheim on Fridays when everybody's off of work the next day. Yep, Bob. Thursdays and Sundays would be good. And guess what? I stream Thursdays, Sundays. Those are the paint shows. And Smurf works both those days. Helldivers is kind of dead, but that's because it's not on Xbox yet. So that it'll be a shot in the ass. That's one of those things. Like Sea of Thieves was like dead on Xbox, and then they moved it to PlayStation, and all of a sudden it took off again. It happens that way with games. Like once it moves to a new platform, because the Xbox players like me, David, shit like that, will be hammering the hell out of it because it's brand new to us. But anybody who has like a PlayStation or has been playing it on PC, it's been out for a while now. But for us, because it's brand new, like Xboxers have a way of revitalizing games. Same thing, like I said, PlayStation, once they get something like that. But Helldivers is not something Smurf would play. He gets kind of anxious whenever you're doing something that's tense, like how Helldivers plays. He doesn't he doesn't play well in that environment. He's more of the building, survival, taking his time with the game kind of aspect. I'm more the let's rock and roll, which they're complementary styles, which is why we play together. That's why he's been building the base. Like while I've been out like hunting and getting materials and shit. He'll come out here and there, but for the most part, he's going to stay at base and make it look really cool because he loves that aspect of the games. I hate that fucking aspect of the games. I build like a square box and it's like, there's my base. Yeah, Dying Light, I don't know. Um there's a couple games coming up. I tried that bum simulator. Abiotic Factor I thought might be good for survival guys. And it was like so. Some people liked it, a lot of people didn't. One of the things, and I told Smurf this too, with us gaming, if it's a game we know inside and out, then it usually will stream better than a game we don't know. So, like Aviotic Factor, we're still finding our heads out of our asses on that game. Like now, I could go back and go through it and kind of be more proficient in it, so to speak. But yeah, the first playthrough is always rough. Like I'll be that way with Helldivers. Like there's gonna be people in the comments going like, or in the chat after watching, going like, "Yeah, bro, you want this kind of loadout and all this kind of shit," and oh, don't do this, which is always nice. It's the same thing for Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals has kind of fallen off. It's better when I'm playing with like David or Johnny Concrete or something. I definitely get more views. Well, really with David, but that's because they're really, really good at the game. So nobody wants to see somebody who's kind of mid playing it, and that's what I am. I'm just mid, not great. Because everybody wants that tip trick, or I want to increase my aim and learn how to play this character, and you play it like shit. That's because I'm learning too, fuckface. I gotta fix that skull right in the middle. One, two, there's three eyeballs. That thing's stiff as a fucking rock. Thank you, Sheree. Yeah, they're starting to come out. Just the one eyeball. Have to see how he looks standing on it too. For all I know, I might not even have to adjust this eyeball and just doing a little extra for no reason. I went a little. I got a little too much paint loaded in there. Thing with this side. I can't pull some of the crap out of that nose. Them nose holes. See how he looks on it. Yeah, I think that's got him. Just gotta glue his feet in. Putting lotion on the skin. Now, Buffalo Bill in talking about fictional characters or what have you on this, but Buffalo Bill in Silence of the Lambs. Got to remember, why do they call him Buffalo Bill? She even says it. What did Buffalo Bill do? So, what's interesting about Silence of the Lambs and Red Dragon? Both killers wanted to become something they weren't. One wanted to become the Red Dragon, the other one wanted to become a chick. He basically, like, he was Leatherface in that shit. Dahmer ate people. He didn't eat people. He skinned his humps. That's why he was called Buffalo Bill. Like how he used to take down Buffalo. Ted Bundy, yeah. Bundy, unfortunately. Ah, shit. I must have had enough white on my hand. a little. I'll fix that real quick. Um, Bundy was actually a very handsome and charming guy, if I remember correct. To the point, and very, very smart. To the point that he represented himself in court. The judge said, "It's a shame you turned out this way because you could have been a damn good lawyer. I could see you arguing a case in my court and winning." God damn, this is going to be a fast early one, huh, Sheree? Shout out to Stranded Lifeform. You probably could have stayed up for this one. Trying to get the camera arm to stay. How's that for you guys? You guys liking it? No, Leatherface was based off of Ed Gein. Leatherface was 100% based off Ed Gein. Yeah, Bundy. And you had Zodiac Killer. I think they figured out who he is. Let's give him a creep vibe. That's fucking creepy. Going to the real purple. I don't know, guys. What do you think? Should we do a light scheme on him? Should we just keep it natural? That's a little bit of strobe to him. Oh, that's brutal. Brutal 6. Bob, have a great night if you're crashing out, brother. Yeah, I haven't seen, heard nothing from Atomic. The only two misfits I have missing though out of my crew were I don't know about this. Steve Kerfuffle in 6, and then 6 popped up yesterday. Like, oh, I've been gone. I'm just out of town. That's all, bud. Okay. I don't like the blue light on it. That's the natural light. Also do this. Just go to raw light. I mean, the raw light actually isn't terrible. Yeah, let's hope he did. Let's. I hope it's something simple like that. I really need to get like blue or something like this. This green is obnoxious. I can actually do a background to them too. I'm gonna put up like a skull background. I could 110% green screen that shit. How's the other towel? Give me another fucking towel. Extend that shit out. Should you ask what's going on? Now, Bob used to talk to Atomic, I can't remember what, Tabasco, I think it is, all the time. And she had eye surgery on both eyes. And just kind of disappeared. I think she had one eye done, then the other, and just disappeared. Devin's still kicking around. She likes going on AVL. She respects like everything AVL's got to say. She's not like I love Devin. She's a good friend. She's not always happy with me because I talk about Jesus and shit in a negative, not in a negative way, but just in a disrespectful way. Plus, she's got to work too a lot of times when I'm streaming. Good night. Be blessed to Eugene. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. I was going to run it out for the last 13 minutes and call it a show because we are painted. I'm just trying to find the lighting for the actual screenshot. I'm debating it because I don't know that I want to go. I think that might have it right there. I don't want to go too shiny with it, you know. Yeah, it's going to be crazy. It'll be an early night. It'll be a quick stream. That's okay. I've been paying attention to news. Plus, again, Helldivers at 4 a.m. on Tuesday, which means technically tomorrow night. And like, I woke up 8 o'clock this morning for no fucking reason. Well, actually, that weird dream made me wake up. Um, but if I end up staying up late tonight, passing out, waking up late tomorrow, and staying up, 4 a.m. may hit. I'll download the game and actually start streaming at like 4:30 in the morning or whatever. And if that happens, I'm playing at like 4:30 and go until like noon or whatever. And then I got Smurf the next night. Then I got to paint the night after, which I'll either do Gandalf or I'll do Iron Man, like the Iron Man diorama. And what is it? Friday night, I guess I'll be doing gaming then. Then Saturday is a rest day. And then Sunday is painting again and wash, rinse, and repeat. You think get it under the model as well, Bob? Like that? That better, Bob? I'm always up for your suggestions, brother. If you have some way like, oh yeah, that would look much better if you do this with it. Like if I told him this way, does he look better? Bring him up front. Does he look better? You know, all that kind of shit. I'll always listen. Always listen to everybody that I can. Shout out to Beans too. Haven't seen her all night. Hopefully she's out on a date having fun, or just actually taking a brain break from all the fucking streaming she watches. One of the two, but shout out to her. Shout out to Stranded too. Like I said, Stranded. Shame you didn't stay up because I made it through. Yeah, you guys with the pirate flag, I'm loving it. I love that pirate flag. I mean, shout out to the greatest mods of all time. Sheree, I know you're not going to be able to make every goddamn stream. But yeah, it seems like there's a lot more in the pipe for me streaming. Actually, tell you the truth, I'm shocked at how much I will end up streaming coming real soon. Um, I figure you guys would have been sick of me already, and I wouldn't fucking blame you. Shout out to Forever Demonetized, who's always, quietly in the background. Um, Shout out to Danny Boss, who we haven't seen in a minute, but I know he's taking a brain break. Shout out to Little Leo. Didn't see him tonight. He usually drops in. This would have been a neat one for him. I know, Sheree. Like, you can do what you can do. And you know what I mean? It's one of those things like I got done saying I told Smurf, we won't have Sheree. I'm going to tell you that much doing it on Wednesday because she's got a much bigger channel that she's got to actually go and prove she's the greatest mod of all time on. That's just it, Bob. You like the conversation in here, and that's that's 90% of the stream is us just having a conversation. I have debated, and we'll see. I keep leaning towards it, and I keep walking away from it. Putting different people in the Discord chat, and then pulling them into the stream with me, and just having a conversation with them. So, like for example, Bob, it would be pulling you in, and then, hey, Bob, go ahead and tell us about some of your old Navy stories. You don't have to type like for 2 hours to get one story out. You can tell it in like 20 minutes. Stuff like that. Because having the mic and actually being able to share the mic is awesome. You're not wrong, Bob. I agree with you 1,000%. Hey, look, Bob, I've said to Sheree, if you want to put up a PayPal in this place and advertise it so that she gets tipped, I'm all for it. Like, go for it, And Sheree's like, no, I'm not here for that. I'm here for the stream and for you and everything. And that's, man, it tells you exactly the type of person Sheree is. She's a good person. But at the same point, I still think, get paid for it. You earned it. How making peanut butter and jelly is wrong. It's awesome. But yeah, I mean, there's also part of me that thinks like I should probably end the Sunday shows and stuff like this because of you have oversaturation. I know people that stream 5 days, 6 days, 7 days out of the week, and you're going to eventually oversaturate, and then your shit's going to drop. But I'm not at that point yet. And with Christmas coming up and some of the models, Jesus Christ, some of the ones that I've got coming out, like if this Freddy Krueger comes out the way it's going to come out, it's going to be it's going to be on par with the size of like the Invincible, but with some of the detail of like the Hulk. Like it's a stupid big, highly detailed model. And that's going to be an interesting one. Like the base is basically the boiler room and has the whole A Nightmare on Elm Street logo to it and all kinds of craziness. Thanks, Six. Thank you. Yep. Well, I mean, that's just it. With Sheree, you know, for me, it's like, for me as a content creator, right? I'm doing this and everything else, and I'm having fun. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying the conversations. Um, we're slowly growing subs. Eventually, YouTube's going to pay me. I don't want to make people pay extra to see my shit or have their voice heard, right? So that's why no super chat, no fucking membership, all this kind of crap. But for Sheree, that's not fair to her. That's how I see it. It's like it's not fair because she sits in the chat for most of these shows, and I get she's in it for the conversation and hanging out with everybody as well. But in a way, if I can make up for the deficit from ABL show where he makes money every fucking show, pays $0, but if I can make up a little bit of that deficit, I'll feel a little better. You know what I mean? It's just, to me, it's the right thing to do. I hear you, Sheree. I'm right there. I agree. I don't think you're wrong. I wouldn't stream Tuesday normally, but like I said, new game. I'm gonna see how it goes. See if I get some views or what have you. We'll see how it does. I don't expect to do well, but Friday, if I go ham on it and like the 10 to 12 hour stream and switching up games and everything, I'll get gamers in there. It's weird because I can always tell when it's either the kids waking up or the gamers that are in Europe waking up and watching the stream because it'll start off at five people, right? And this is what I perceived anyway. It'll start off at five people, then it'll go up to like 10 to 15 people right around 1 o'clock. And then it'll slowly fall off. And as soon as 3, 4 in the morning hits, it goes up to like 18, 20 people watching every time. I know you'll buy my shit. When I paint something, like I know you want one of those teddy, like the mimic teddy bears or whatever, but I found a whole bunch of different types of mimics, barrels and all kinds of stuff. So I'd actually have you look through a design, make sure the teddy bear is the one you want. And if it is, out of everything, then I'll reprint it, paint it and everything else. But there's a bunch of designs for mimics out there, and I'm trying to find like some of the highest detailed, best looking ones. If you're going to pay for something, get exactly what you want. That's where I'm at with things. Yeah, so that's one of those goddamn things too. The whole thing is, Sheree just nailed it. Eventually, my wife is going to be like, "Yeah, all this extra shit you're doing, like, yeah, I'm tired of looking at it. Get rid of it." And so I'll end up having to sell stuff eventually. Or if anything, the wife is not the CEO; she would be the CFO. So it's like, we'll see. But I get, believe it or not, some of the least viewed streams, the cryptids. Right now, granted, had the old camera and everything else. I think I might have knocked out one or two of them since I got the new camera. And like the ones I did are okay. They're nothing seriously impressive, right? Um, but the sandworm one I did, the Mongolian death worm or what have you, there was one dude offered her like $300 for it. I was like, what? She's like, yeah, nobody makes Mongolian death worm shit. Nobody makes this type of shit or that type of shit. Oh, damn, there might be a market here. I don't, Bob. Like everything that I've made that you've seen me made is either for me or for a family member. I'll give them as gifts, stuff like that, with the exception of one, which was the anime character Himiko Toga, right, from My Hero Academia. I did that one. That was actually like a four stream put together one, and that got mailed off to David Mon over in England. Like he asked for that one specific. I showed it to him. He said, "Yeah, that would be really neat if you could do that," and I nailed it for him. I will never ship overseas again. 64 fucking dollars in customs costs, and then they broke the shit out of it on top of it. Yeah, and that's just it. The whole thing is, um, look, flat out honesty. My wife loves Shirai. She's like, that woman is good for you. I said, what do you mean? She's like, she keeps you in line. She thinks smart. She wants you to sell your thing. Like she's motivating in ways to where you can monetize this and actually make it into something. I'm like, really? She's like, yeah. She keeps you in line. Everything else. I'm like, yeah, true. Like my wife likes Sheree so much, she's just like, yeah, because her store is almost ready. She actually is setting up like an online store for her nail art or whatever. Um, and she's just like, yeah, Sheree can look through my entire catalog, pick whatever style she wants, pick whatever paint job she wants, and I'll send her a set free. Have a good night, Bob. I always appreciate you being in here, brother, and I'm glad you just enjoyed the fucking conversation, man. Sometimes that's all that matters. Plus, you give good suggestions. Like, I do think you're right. I think it looks better on the green cloth or what have you. I really need to. I really need to get some kind of drop cloth for when I'm done painting. Yeah, yeah, everybody loves Shirai. That's one of those things. If God forbid somebody pisses in Shirai's Cheerios, it's like goes back to that fight the whole village. Just grab for my damn mouse. Shit, I grabbed the wrong mouse. I did. You bastard. Under here. Guys, what the hell did I do with my? There's my mouse. There it goes. God damn it. As that thing blings in my ear, I can save it off. And let me go into YouTube real quick. I actually set that as the. I can't believe you actually. I'm shocked you went that fast. I thought I was gonna fuck up a lot more than I did. And that should be updated. My old fat skateboard ass. Yeah, exactly. She's basically, oh God, what's her name? Wendy from Peter Pan, taking care of the Lost Boys. She never gets mad about anything. She's completely chill. Her husband's amazing. Rick James is an amazing dude. Shout out to him. Um, yeah, yeah, we got a solid fucking crew. I'm happy to see Six back too. Missed you, Six. You know, you only pop in here and there, like usually at the end after you're done with your salty crackerness. But yeah, definitely missed you the past couple shows. We're like, where the fuck is Six? I mean, I'm going to even tell you, Six, there were certain audience members that were pulling out their boobies and saying, Six, if you come here now, I'll send you a picture of these, and you wouldn't come into the chat. I was like, damn, dude, you missed out. Yeah, just saying, Six. You were missed and loved. Yeah, it's funny too. 'Cause it's definitely funny because there are times where I'm just like, like, yeah, Six ain't been around. Like Smurf said to me, hey, Gam, you know, I didn't see Six tonight. Yeah, Six ain't been around. Were you an asshole to him? And I'm just like, maybe. I I don't think I was, but it's a possibility, Smurf. Hey, you know, you got to stop being such an asshole, Gam. Yeah, thanks, Smurf. Yeah, I mean, I do. Like, I love all my viewers. I love all my subs. I'm happy that we picked up guys like E Rock. Um, you know, happy guys like Forever Demonetized had jumped in with us when he did, stuff like that. But I also will never, and you know this, I say this all the time. The OG crew that was like, yeah, Gam, you need to start streaming. Never forget you guys. I'm glad we picked up guys like SE Wolverines. He's an awesome dude too. He's usually he's all in it, always in it, you know. And I actually want to see him get monetized really fast. I think that would be amazing. Yeah, I used to have thick skin, and then I had the circumcision, so I understand Six. El Guapo. Holy shit! I have not seen that movie in a minute. He's infamous. Oh, I get it. You mean like he's infamous? He's so famous, he's beyond famous. Yeah, that's it. El Guapo. Yeah, Essie's a great dude. Like I do feel fortunate to have met him and have him like seriously watch my streams all the time and stuff like that. Like he's a great person. And you know, I sorry guys, I do talk smack behind your back, but it's always on stream, so you can hear exactly what the fuck I said later if you rewatch the show. Huh, 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 ha! The three amigos. Huh, 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 ha! Ned Niederländer. What was it? It was Dusty Bottoms, Ned Niederländer. Um, why can't I remember the other one? Ned Niederländer was Martin Short. Dusty Bottoms was Chevy Chase, I think. Who? What was Steve Martin's? Yeah, the singing. You must find no the invisible swordsman by the singing bush, and he like the gun goes off and he drops he kills the invisible swordsman by accident. Shit's fucking great. I'm looking for your question. What was your question, bud? I just pan back up through my chat, the last thing I saw was, we're going to call your husband El Guapo now. And then I didn't see any question before that. Before that, you're saying, my skateboard and my fat skateboard and ass or whatever. I mean, they're all manly to me. I'm good. I'm good on both. Lucky Day, there it is. Lucky Day, Dusty Bottoms, and Ned Needlelender. It, I don't have to pick one. I'll drink my own piss first. It's sterile, and I like the taste. Jesus Christ. Still one of my favorite things. Fucking from Dodgeball. Between him throwing the wrenches like, you couldn't hit water if you fell out of a fucking boat. And, hey, we need to get that lesbian on the team. I don't think she's a lesbian. I don't care what she is. That dyke's got an arm. And then the last one, when he's like, tomorrow we're going to go in there and pecker smack those guys. And he's like, why? Why do I have to do this? Why? Why do I drink my own piss? What? Because it's sterile and I like the taste. Yeah, funny story. She raised her own nanny. So, yeah, I mean, I guess that's okay in that part. The only thing is, we all know Doug and Kamala. Doug's a bitch, and Rick James isn't. There's a reason I call him Rick James. He's a smooth motherfucker. That's SMOOVE, smooth. Oh shit! God damn the three amigos. Yeah, when Ned Needlelender, when they give him the big ass heavy like fucking handgun and he outdraws the German and shoots him, that shit's hysterical. My little buttercup has the sweetest smile, smile. They point at the other guy. It's like, my little buttercup will be back in a while. We we raped the horses and rustled the women. This guy, how big is he? This guy is one quarter the size of that fucking invincible I did. If I put the lighter next to him, yeah, he's about one quarter of the invincible. Jesus. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, well, I mean, this is what terrifies me. Trump had better not fuck up. That's all I got to say. Because I see who's waiting in the wings on the Democrat end of things. And man, it's some terrifying shit. If like one of those people got to power, it's just bad news. Like Gavin Newsom, He's run California straight into the earth. Terrifying. We're looking at tax hikes across the board where people would be, everybody'd be poor. Um, Kamala, Kamala would be Joe Biden 2.0. She'd be like, you know how, like in Multiplicity, when they make the copy of Michael Keaton, and then the clone goes and makes a copy of himself, and it's like got Down syndrome. That's what it would be like if you clone Joe Biden and then cloned his clone. You get Kamala Harris. Like it would be that bad. And prune the hedges of many small villages. Yes, six. Yes, good call on that. I forgot about that shit. I like pizza, Steve. My favorite part in Multiplicity is when they're sitting there and like he went away on the fishing trip or whatever it was, and he comes back, he's all sick and all that, and he talks to like the clones, and like he's got the construction worker one, the gay one, and then the like special needs one, and he turns around and he's just like the one's like, yeah, she slept with me when like just to let you know, she snuck up on me, grabbed me, and yeah, things happened. And then the gay one's just like, she got me too. And then fucking out of nowhere, he's like, Jesus Christ, both you guys slept with my wife? And then all you hear is like, she touched my Pepe Steve. She touched my Pepe Steve. And just like what the fuck? I always just love that line. She touched my Pepe Steve. Tuck tuck fold. Yeah. Yeah, it's a classic. That was Michael Keaton when he was on his run. He had that. He had, what was the automobile movie? Because he had Batman, which hit big. He had that one, and then he had Gung Ho, I think it was, with the car company, with the Japanese car company that comes to Detroit. That had Norm from Cheers in it. Yeah, it was okay. Like the whole premise behind it is like it's basically, and it's something that happened back, it's an 80s movie, and it's something that happened back then where foreign car companies were coming in and buying up like swaths of land. Specifically, Japanese businessmen invested heavily in American real estate, and it's like supposed to be like Nissan, right? They come in and they buy up like a Ford factory, and all the Americans, like the Japanese, are doing everything hard nosed and by the book, nothing outside the lines and all that. And he like rallies all, like it's like the Union fighting against the Japanese or whatever. It's a comedy. Mr. Mom is like, that was that was one of my favorite movies when I was a kid. The Kirby's got my whoopee. Jaws has got my whoopee. The old Kirby vacuum cleaner. Dude, those Kirby vacuum cleaners, let me just tell you something. Okay? Something I learned from my, because my son owns that the vacuum store or whatever. I was at a thrift store. I actually told this story a couple times too while I was working there, because I was talking to older people and I was like, yeah, Kirby's, Jesus Christ, those things were like monster machines, right? I'm at this thrift store. I see a bunch of parts, and one of them says Kirby on them. I don't even know what the hell this shit is. $5 for the box. All right, I'll take it. So I buy them and bring them in, give them to my son or whatever. And he's like, "Do you know what you just bought?" He's like, "I can resell this probably for like $100." I'm like, "Really?" He's like, "Yeah, it's a sanding module that hooks up to a Kirby." I said, "Excuse me?" He's like, I was like, "Sanding is in for carpentry?" He's like, "Yes." He's like, there's actually a module that plugs in the engine on the Kirby vacuum cleaner was so strong that you could sand with it. They're like those machines are unbelievable. Like they're old and like they just don't die. And so like watching Mr. Mom again and knowing it's a Kirby and that's what's sucking up the kid's thing. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh, no wonder. Like that would be a fight if it got a hold of a blanket. Yeah, I can't believe they're still. I don't even know if they're still selling them. Maybe it was a vacuum cleaner salesman that came to your door forever and was just like, "Hey, would you like a suck?" And you were like, "Oh no, I'm not interested in a Kirby." You ever think of that, buddy? No shit, they're still going, huh? That's insane. Yeah, I don't know. Everything in there was like my son only deals in certain vacuums, so Oric, Sibo, Mila, like they're mainly German engineered. But they last a long time, and you can work on them, and they carry good warranties. So he gets like all the parts reimbursed from warranty. Shit, forever. I hope you got him to vacuum the whole fucking house with that thing. Yeah, Kirby's are like precision. Like sometimes older school stuff it lasts. It was built to last. You're dropping a lot of money on the time, but goddamn, lasted a long ass time. Oh yeah, don't. So the two brands I learned do not buy Dyson and Hoover. Dysons are good, but if you need them repaired, after 18 months, they discontinue the parts for whatever the model is because they're going to put out a different model and the parts are not universal or transferable. So it's literally like a disposable vacuum. Like they do that shit on purpose. They're basically disposable vacuums. Like they last for a couple years and then you just toss them. Buy a new one. Electrolux, yep. Ricard is another one he sells. He sells a couple of the Electrolux. But like the main one that I fell in love with was this Miele it's like a $600 vacuum. It's cordless. You can buy extra batteries and shit for it, but it literally you can change it into like a hand vacuum. You can make it like a stand up vacuum, and you can make it where it's like if you need the vacuum piece closer to the ground, you can do it like that, or you can do it higher up in the handle, depending on whatever you like. Like you can reconfigure the vacuum. It's really cool. Yeah. Exactly. They're made to be obsolete. Like they do it. It's just like cell phones. Like that's why I'll never buy Apple. I don't know if they've changed the design on Apple. They did that shit on purpose where the battery's like encased and they didn't used to. I don't know if they do now, but they used to not sell the battery separate. You could only get it through the Apple store and all that kind of shit. The iOS was always locked. You had to jailbreak it. Like, fuck, it was like it's a simpler, and some of the stuff is better on it than an Android by far. Like camera quality stuff like this, but the Android I can just do so much more shit with. I'll stick with the stuff that I can actually go in and tinker with because I'm a tech nerd. Yeah, and that's just it. The Roombas or whatever, the little robot vacuums, they break all the time. Like he fixes them all the fucking time. Yeah, I'm sure that's all that robot maid's going to do is fluff the pillows. Why'd you get one with the the super deluxe soft hand? I I I don't know. It just seemed like the right choice at the time. Yeah. With when it comes to like my tablets and stuff, I always go with Samsung. I've never had an iPad, never wanted one. For a while there, I had a buddy who worked at Samsung and was actually writing some of the code behind them. So I knew the code was tight. Plus, there's little shit hidden on them that I can get into. I mean, everybody knows how to get into the developers options, but there's other options in there, and I'm not allowed to discuss it. I promised them I would not. But there's backdoors into Android phones, guys. Oh. Well, guys, it is we're hitting that 1:30 mark. I think it's a good place to stop. Um, good place to call it and sign off and all that happy horse shit. Shout out to Stranded. I'm sure she's listening to this on a repeat. Hopefully Beans listens to it on a repeat too, or maybe she's listening from work and just, or actually, doing whatever she's doing, cleaning house, tending garden, what have you. Shout out to her. Shout out to you guys for actually being here, being live, having fun, discussing old shit. I mean, we're definitely going to discuss more old shit in the future too. Shout out to the greatest mods on these interwebs. Sheree, you are by far the greatest, and I appreciate you to no end. Shout out to Rick James as well. Hope everything's good. Six, great to have you back. Forever, thanks for always being here, brother. Appreciate you. E-Rock, great to have you back from your vacation time. And yeah, I think it's a good place to stop. What do you guys think? Good place? Everybody actually get some shut eye for a change instead of staying up till like 5 in the morning. But thank you guys. I appreciate you. Everybody watching in the background, everybody who's subbed, liking the video, and hung in there with me, and just even dropped by to say hello. I appreciate the hell out of all you guys. Thank you so much. Like Sheree said, I will be streaming Tuesday for Helldivers. Wednesday will be Smurf and I in Vilheim. Um, Thursday will be me painting, probably the Iron Man or the Gandalf. I don't think Freddy Krueger is going to be done. I think it's going to take almost a week to print him. I'm not even joking. He's like 5 hours per piece or some ridiculous shit. Um, and then Friday is me gaming solo. Off Saturday, back Sunday painting again. So whatever one, if I've got to continue the paint job, then I'll continue it. If not, we'll start something new. But thank you again, everybody who's tuned in and watching, liking, subbing, all that. I appreciate every one of you. I couldn't do this show without you. And if I missed anybody, sorry I missed you. SE Wolverine, sorry I missed you. Stranded, sorry I missed you. Devin, sorry I missed you. Bob K, MIT. Shout out to you. Hopefully you're not on beer 6 now and passed out. Everybody hang in there. Try and have a good, normally I'd say a good day until like, Thursday, but instead this shit's gotten all mixed up. So have a good day till Tuesday. And everybody hang tough. Be cool. And don't take shit from anybody. Good night, guys.